Hello, everybody. We are live again. Welcome. Say hi if you're here. Let me know you're here. Even if you can't comment, it'd be nice to know you're listening. And if you're new,Ixie's come to say hello. If you're new, you have to be a subscriber for at least 5 minutes to comment. So subscribe. Just please keep it civil and respectful of other people's differing opinions. Anybody being disrespectful or hateful will be booted. So bear that in mind, please. And here we talk about all things truth related. So don't feel that we need to stick to the topic that's listed. We're going to start with synchronicities, talk about anything you want to talk about. And we tend to, it's like a Q&A discussion. So anything you want to talk about that's happening with you right now or relevant to certain circumstances that are happening on the world stage, we can talk about anything. So let me know you're here, and we'll get started. Let me know how your week has been. What's going on? Anything new? Any synchronicities that have happened to you? Anything truth related you've come across you want to share? Anything like that? While we're waiting, I have been busy with a new series of videos, which I'll be discussing shortly. I think it'll be a series of videos. I haven't decided yet. But there's a lot to cover. So I'll be discussing that, I think, tomorrow. And some changes and everything that are coming. So I'll be discussing that tomorrow. And I might do it in a impromptu live. We'll see. Some of the things that have been happening, there's been more talk on the Maui fires, which is interesting because it seems as if they are basically telling people that it's fishy. And some of the footage, hi Wolfie and Mickey Mouse. So some of the footage, I mean, obviously I talked about this before, has shown that these fires are not what they seem or what they tell us they are. And then the media is now showing some suspicious stuff, and an alternative media especially is focusing on suspicious stuff. They're particularly focusing on the trees that didn't burn, the cars that melted, and cars that have been left behind that don't make any sense. Why did they not have a chance to get out of there? Why did it happen so quickly? They're also talking about cars and boats burning in isolation, the way that the fires traveled. So they're pointing out all of these suspicious things for normies to pay attention to. And it seems like the main narrative in the alternative media is that BlackRock is buying up all of the land, and it's a land grab type of thing for developing the smart cities, or the 15-minute smart cities. So Paradise 2.0, yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, it seems to be that they're pointing out a lot of suspicious activity, and they're kind of tying it to direct energy weapons as a bit of a red herring, as we talked about last week, and sort of suggesting, I guess, kind of like an enemy or an alien invasion type of thing. So there's weird narratives going on, which I find very suspicious that they're actually pointing this out, which in some ways is not really that suspicious. It's the whole point. the whole point is to wake you up. So some of the mainstreamers are starting to see these things. And I've noticed in the comments of these videos, a lot of people are, the regular mainstream videos on the news, on YouTube, the comments are all very much in line with something looks fishy kind of thing. So people aren't buying the official story. And then there's reporters from Maui who are talking about how, there's restrictions. They're not allowed to access the area, which to me makes sense because it's dangerous. And they're kind of emphasizing how the officials are restricting access and restricting flow of supplies and making things difficult. So there's all that sort of stuff going on, which I think is a little bit blown out of proportion because some of those things make sense. You shouldn't be going into the area where there's, fire ruins. And I don't know what the protocol is on a normal basis. Is it acceptable for you to go into an area that's been burned? And if it's still smoldering, it's still dangerous. There's still potential for it to ignite. I don't know. But it does seem logical to me that you shouldn't be going in there if it's dangerous. And the official story is that they don't want you to go in there because there's bodies and this sort of thing. And yet they're also saying that these bodies are disintegrated. So are there bodies or are they disintegrated? And, kind of ties back to 9/11 where they said they couldn't find bodies because they were disintegrated. So it's fishy to me. Maui blast laser focused. Yeah. That was another thing, was Biden's tweet that said they were laser focused, which I find kind of distasteful, obviously. So, their use of language is deliberate, clearly. So, and adding insult to injury with the $700 per family or per person who were affected by it. Gaslighting. Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a lot of this confusion of what's true, what's not, muddying the waters, making it unclear, confusing people, putting out multiple narratives about everything that's going on right now. I mean, this even happened in 2020. Speaking of 2020, there is a new variant that's going around in Europe. So I don't know if it's going to amount to anything, but they are talking about it. So yeah, there could be something coming out of that too. And I don't know if I'll have time to talk about it or not. Maybe I will. But the name of it is Eris, which is related to discord or separation, but it's also separation and adjoining. So that's interesting. So I think I will talk about that a little bit more later. But yeah, there's a lot of hey, David Baxendale, hello. So there's a lot of talk of potentially a new strain coming out, because I can't even believe that 2020 episode is over with. They're kind of keeping it there, simmering on the fire, so that they can bring it back at any time. So if that's the case, why wouldn't they bring it back? I don't know. So yeah, anybody have anything they want to talk about related to the Maui fires or anything that's been going on in the news? The other thing that's been going on is in BC, and so in Canada, we've had a lot of forest fires. So they used to call them forest fires, but they've had a lot of forest fires Ontario has quite a few, but BC especially has a lot of fires. And right now, this area in BC, which is Kelowna, is suffering very badly. And the footage that they showed the fire on one side of the lake, and it was popping up at a distance in other locations, and then it jumped the lake and started on the other side. And some witness claimed that he saw an ember flying across the lake to start the fire. Yeah, I find that hard to believe, but whatever. So yeah, the fires in BC are pretty bad, and they've evacuated a lot of that area. Some of the Okanagan and a town has been destroyed, and the areas have been evacuated, but the Northwest Territories as well, which is odd because it's so very far north, that's on fire, and they've evacuated a lot of areas in the Northwest Territories, which is close to the Arctic Circle. And so they're remarking on how odd it is that there's fires that far north. And it's I don't know, it kind of seems as if there's a bit of a pattern going down on the West Coast especially, but it's hard to tell because I haven't seen a proper map of the entire country. But it is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Russian vids posted a video full of symbolism but had to hold back due to censorship. Yeah, Russian vids is a shill. Agent Provocateur, Mountain Dew. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Agent Provocateur. Yeah. Shill. Eternal Being. Hi there. I have to work today, but I'm listening. Can't remember if it was the BC fire or the Spokane fire, but one of them had mentioned an area called Silver Lake. Oh, interesting. Okay. Russian vids. Where can I see it? I can't find him anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I think he might be on one of those other channels, those other, not YouTube, but like something like Bitchute, but not Bitchute. But yeah, he's a shill, so take it with a grain of salt. Rumble, something like that. Yeah. Rumble, but why? Yeah. Feel free to watch these people if you need to, if you want to, but I find sometimes it's interesting to watch some of these people simply to find out what they're saying and what they're focusing on and what they're telling people, but there's not a whole lot of valuable information that you're going to gain from their content. But like I said, if you gotta watch it, go right ahead. There's a reason that they're there. Yeah, I know. I didn't know JHW was a shill. Darn. Who's JHW? Who's JHW? Oops. What do you mean a shill? Why? I mean, he's a shill. He's there to give inaccurate information. Yeah. I mean, why do I say he's a shill? Because he gives inaccurate information. I think he's one of the more obvious ones, but yeah, he's definitely a shill. But anyhow, so yeah, Agent Provocateur. Yeah, like I've put out information before about how to spot a shill, and I've talked about shills quite a bit, and so I no longer talk about them, but I will mention that they are if somebody mentions them, but by all means go watch them, but I'm not going to go into detail as to how to spot them anymore because I don't like talking about it. These fires, could it be that there was someone on the island they wanted dead without it looking suspicious? What? Why would you say that? No. Land grab. They live. Truth is RV's channel. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Look, all of this stuff, you can look at it from a physical perspective, and that's fine. But I encourage you to try to look past that to the metaphysical perspective and see it from that point of view, because that's really the best perspective to view it at. It's part of the story. It's part of the overall process that we're going through. So from a metaphysical perspective, if all you see is that it's a land grab, then you're preventing yourself from seeing beyond that and gaining the bigger insight as to the purpose of everything that happens here. And like I said, that's fine, but I'm trying to encourage you to see past that. And a lot of sort of conspiracy circles will just focus on the physical stuff. And this is why I talk more about the symbolism and about the synchronicities and the meaning behind it, because that's the true value that you extract from this stuff. It's all for the purpose of your awakening. And if you can see that, it helps you to awaken, as opposed to just looking at the physical, like the physical level. Stephen Snowman, hey, I made it. Good, welcome. It's like what they did to the Indians, spiritual warfare. No, it's not spiritual warfare. It is metaphysical. It's the story. It's the one story. It's about your awakening. And so this whole fire process is a baptism by fire. It is about the change that we're going through, and it's manifesting on the outside. And so in the physical sense, it will show you a mirror of what's happening within. And if you can understand the codes, you'll understand where you are in the awakening process. And this is why I've been talking about how all of these things are connected. And if you go and watch my second channel with the news decodes, you'll see how they're all connected and how they're telling you the story. They're telling you how everything is explaining where we're at in our ascension process. So it's helpful in reflecting back to you that information. But some people don't want to see past it, and some people can't see past it. So, and that's totally fine. So, but yeah, the spiritual warfare idea is still, again, on the two pillars. So you have there's three pillars, and you have the solar pillar, lunar pillar, Yakin Boaz, the pillars of duality. And if you keep bouncing between the two pillars like the game of Pong, you're not going to ascend out of here, which is fine. If you can ascend within the construct, within this world, or you can go to the other world and keep recycling and keep reincarnating. If you want to exit out, though, you take the middle pillar. You have to go up Jacob's ladder, which means merging the two pillars and going up the middle. So, let your eye be single. Meredith Miller wrote recent online article, Scorched Earth Path to Smart Cities. I don't know who Meredith Miller is, but your news decode. Yes, it's on YouTube. Links to all my channels are in the description box of all my videos, and links to my website are in the description box. So I have a YouTube channel that has a second channel that has news decodes on it, and some of the bigger stories I do on this channel, and some of the more sort of smaller, more controversial ones I put on my second channel, because I don't want to put this channel at risk. So they're on that channel. And then this channel, obviously, and then I have one on Bitchute that's basically, I put anything on Bitchute that gets basically booted off this channel. So if I can't put it on YouTube, I put it on Bitchute. I don't really put much on Bitchute. I don't like Bitchute. It's just a place for me to house all my videos that I can't put on YouTube. And so like it's not as active, but there are quite a lot of videos on there. All of my old videos from 2017, 2018 are on there, and you can also see all of those on my website. You can access it through my website. So yeah, there's three channels for now. Hopefully no more, but I need a nap on the stone of destiny. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Bitchute sounds like a Scotsman telling his girlfriend to leave. Yeah, I know. I think it's a weird name, but there you go. So yeah, like this, I mean, all of this stuff with like the fires and the plane lady and the movies, then all of everything, all the activity that's going on right now, they're all interconnected, and being able to read the codes and everything helps you to understand where you are in the story and what's going on, and also aids in your awakening. So this kind of like why I wanted to talk about synchronicities and sort of reading your reality, I guess. There's synchronicities is simply explained as things that are meaningful coincidences. It's like if you were just talking about, say, something. So for example, yesterday I was watching Once Upon a Time and Just Like That. And Once Upon a Time, there was a scene in there where Emma goes to the underworld and she reconnects with her ex-boyfriend in her car in a carnival, which looks like Coney Island. And it's synchronized with a scene from And Just Like That I had watched that day, where Carrie went to Coney Island with her ex, who was now her current boyfriend, Aiden, and met up with Miranda's ex, Steve, who had a bar in Coney Island. So you've got the man and the woman uniting at Coney Island, and Cone would be the pineal gland, and carnival is to lose the flesh. But anyway, so it's a very identical kind of synchronicity, the same kind of scene. So pay attention to these sorts of things that pop up in your life. And sometimes it's not really all that obvious. Sometimes, something like that, you can just sort of dismiss it and not really think that it's a synchronicity. But the more you see them, the more you notice them. Mickey Mouse, the rock that Jacob slept on before his dream about the ladder. Okay, yeah. PL, I think I understand what you're saying about ascending out of here, but does that mean not fighting their agenda? Yeah, that means not fighting their agenda, because you see that it's just part of the play. Fighting it is being on the duality pillars. So if you are pushing against something, then you're on the duality pillars. So when you're in the middle, you understand that the duality is just two sides of the same coin, and there's nothing to fight against because it's all just a story. So if you're looking at it like there's an enemy outside of you, that's the duality. So you want to get out of the duality and collapse the duality, merge the two, which is the eclipse, merging the two. And that's the alchemical marriage. So you have to no longer see that there's an us versus them, no longer see that there's a good versus evil, because there isn't. It's all part of the same thing. So the whole point is to change your perception. It's all about levels of perception. If you haven't seen the Poseidon Adventure Decode, I encourage you to watch that because it explains very, very well. So you're climbing, you're going down to the bottom of the boat, but you're climbing up the levels of the ship, which is the levels of consciousness and awareness and perception. So in climbing, consciousness is about perception. You're bringing the subconscious to the surface so that you flip your ship. So you see the hidden comes to the surface. You're no longer looking at the surface, the physical, as being true. You're seeing the hidden messages underneath as true, because that's the truth. The truth has been buried, has been hidden. The Titans or the Titanic has sunk to the bottom, and the Olympians are at the surface. You got to flip the ship. So if you're still seeing things in terms of us versus them, which is the duality, you're still seeing things in a physical sense, and you're not getting to the subconscious, and you're not flipping your ship. You're not bringing the subconscious to light. And that's the whole point of ascension. So if, it's perfectly fine if you don't want to do that. If you want to stay here and you want to come back, perfectly acceptable. You can come back and you can rise through ascension at this level and come back here as at an elevated level, but you're going to come back. And if you don't want to come back, want to come back. You might have unfinished business. You might want to, have something in the physical life that you didn't have in this physical life. This is why you need to lose attachments to the physical, because if you don't, then you're going to have a desire to come back, which is why you have to lose your desires. If you have finished your business here and you no longer have any attachments, no longer have any desire to come back, no longer have any need to come back, then you can choose your Jacob's ladder, take the middle pillar and exit out. Or you can come back, or you can go to the other world. It's your choice. So this is why you have to be mindful of so-called deceivers, because there's some people who are deliberately deceiving because you need to hone your discernment. You have to earn the path to exit out by taking Jacob's ladder. You have to know, you have to be very discerning in understanding the difference between the twin pillars and being in the duality and merging the two and being in the middle. Otherwise, you could be deceived, but you're deceiving yourself. So you could be deceived and fall for some of these shills and fall for some of these deceivers, which means you have to hone your discernment, which is fine, but that's where you're at. Or you can, what was I going to say? You can get on the other pillar where it's a spiritual path and you take what you think is the right path. It's a spiritual path, and you are opposed to the other side. So you're still on the pillars, you're still in the physical mindset, you're still in the lower consciousness, but you're rising up to the higher levels of the lower consciousness. And you can still come back, but you're on the other pillar. So these are things like religion or the new age deception, or, just raising your frequency, thinking that that's going to get you out of here, but you haven't merged the pillars. You haven't changed your perception, and that's just going to get you to the other world. So this is something a lot of people don't talk about. They don't tell you that there's 3 pillars. They don't tell you that you have to merge the pillars. They don't tell you that the ascension process is about changing your perception. And all of that I've been talking about in my ascension videos. Where am I here? Very true, it's all connected. Aliens aren't real TV. Steinwinds, I often say something that I then hear straight away repeated in whatever I'm watching. In fact, I did just now while watching. Yeah, that's a great synchronicity. That happens a lot. There's a channel, there's a man who has written a book about synchronicities, and I think he's one of the very few, if not the only one, who's done extensive research on synchronicities and written a book about it. Even so, his knowledge is limited, but it's still a good resource if you're new to synchronicities. But anyway, yeah, he says one of the really common ones is to have something that you say be reflected back to you on the television or the radio or something like that. That's one of the more common ones. Another common one is you're thinking of a friend and then they call you or you run into them. That's a very common one. I'm not overly familiar with this gentleman's work, but I am familiar with it to that level. I have a few Stone of Destiny videos on my other stuff playlist. Oh, cool. The occulted. I don't know what you're referring to. The occulted. Eternal Being. The other day, a video popped up about King Arthur and Avalon. Later, I was driving and car in front of me was an Avalon. Haven't looked into a decode yet, but it made me laugh. Yeah. That's funny. Do I want to come back? No, I don't. I don't plan on coming back. And I think that I chose to come back now to help people get out if they want to. And I don't think I need to come back. I don't think I want to come back. I'm exiting out. So I'm so out of here. See, the funny thing, the irony about it is you have to get to the point where you're okay with coming back. You have to see this place because seeing it as evil is only going to keep you here in the duality because you haven't seen it as one. You haven't seen it as love. You have to know that it's love. And when you know that it's love and you don't see the good versus evil battle and you're not focused on the good versus evil battle in the end, it's kind of like the Chinese finger trap. The more you pull out you try to pull your fingers out, the harder it grasps your fingers and you can't get out. So it's the same sort of idea. In order to exit out, you have to actually be okay with being here. It's part of, again, that paradox. Where am I? Bubscat, speaking of the Twin Towers pillars, any thoughts on the new World Trade Center tower depicting an open Pandora's box? Well, that's interesting. No, I haven't even heard of it. Anybody in the chat heard of it? Want to comment on that? I have not heard of it. How did you come across this knowledge? Well, if you listen to my videos, you'd know, but I've talked about it extensively in most of my TrueLove Talks videos, my Ascension videos, and explained in detail how I've come across this information. Research is one thing. Through decoding movies and television and news stories and music, and through meditation, through going through everything, going through the conspiracy channels and all of that, and understanding, putting everything to the test, making sure that what I know is true, not just guesswork or belief. It's actually knowing and testing it, but also once I understood that it's a one song and it's a one story and it's the one story collapse, everything has to fit into that because there's nothing else. So everything is a microcosm of the macrocosm. And when you see that, everything makes sense. So it's very simple, but it's also very nuanced. So there's complexities, and then there's simplicity at the same time. Again, another paradox. But a lot of this is revealed to me as I've been making these videos, which is why I was encouraging people to make videos, because you can see the synchronicities, you can see the common thread between all of the stories. Whether you post them or not is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's more about the process of piecing things together and seeing how they overlap, and just the process of making them. If you can't make videos, then find another way to maybe merge songs together or merge books together or stories together, anything that you can see how they overlap. It's extremely beneficial. And if you can't, then, watch my videos. I've done a lot for you, but in the process of doing it yourself, you see so much more. And, whatever is of interest to you, you've got to follow that path, because that's why you were created the way that you are. Because, my area of interest is film and television stories and seeing the stories, and other people, their level of interest is maybe sports. So maybe they'll see the commonalities through sports. So whatever is of interest to you, follow your curiosity. Synchronicity is ramping up. Karma also, Mickey Mouse. I think partly, I think it's a dual aspect to that, where the more you become aware of it, the more it shows itself to you, but also it is becoming more obvious. And even sleepers, I think, are noticing some of the synchronicities and commonalities across certain things. And I also encourage, there's certain levels to synchronicities where there's one point, it's one thing to notice the patterns and one thing to notice that certain things are overlapping, or you see one thing here and one thing there, and you say, hey, I just saw this over here. Like one of the things that with the fires, for me, one of the synchronicities I had was Fleetwood Mac. And so I heard a Fleetwood Mac song in my car. I heard it in a movie, and Fleetwood Mac was one of the restaurants that burned down in Maui. And so I thought, well, that's a weird synchronicity. How is that a synchronicity? What is that telling me? So you have to take it to the next level. It's not just a matter of noticing the patterns. Like, what do they mean? What are they telling you? And for you, you're like, not everybody's going to see the synchronicity of Fleetwood Mac. For me, it's a message for me. So what does it mean to me? And even some of the synchronicities that I'm noticing that I point out to you, so in tying things together, they're a message for all of us, but in a lot of cases, it's a very specific message for me, partly because I'm the one who's noticing it, but it's because it's partly down to who I am and what I'm here to do, that I'm able to see these messages, but also I'm able to interpret them. And so that's why there's that, again, dual aspect of the message is for me, but it's also for you and for all of us. So in some cases, it may just be for me. And in some cases, for you, you might see synchronicities that I don't see, because that's a message for you. So it might not mean anything that I have the synchronicity of Fleetwood Mac, but it might mean something. And so Fleetwood Mac was also tied to Lucky Charm. And so I searched for Fleetwood Mac and Lucky Charm, and an article came up about how one of the band members was saying that their band members are their Lucky Charm, which I thought was really interesting. but I still haven't figured out yet what that means. I'm keeping an eye on it, but I still don't know what it means. Where am I here? Spotless. I was thinking the same thing. TrueLove must have a very high IQ. It ain't low. But a lot of it is tapping into the source and being able to process it and interpret it and make the connections. So connecting, like, everything that I've learned in my life has benefited me in being able to interpret what I see and being able to put them together in videos that benefit you as well, because like that's my role here. So trying to interpret what's going on and extract the story and present it to you in a way that's simple and understandable and relatable, so that you know what's going on and you learn how to do it yourself. Seems to be my role here. So yeah, like I'm built, I guess, to do this. So that's why, partly why, well, the main reason why, when I saw the whole Johnny Depp thing, when that was revealed to me and understanding who he is, it helps you understand who you are and your role here. And it helped me to understand who I am and what my role is here. But also, don't say that. I would guard against saying things like, I can't learn this because I'm not as, gifted, smart, or insightful, or, whatever label you put on it, as so-and-so, because that will prevent you from seeing things. You have the access as well. You have the ability as well. You have to free yourself from those limitations. So I know some people will set those limitations and say, well, they see it, but I can't. So don't say that. Free yourself from any kind of restriction that may be preventing you from whatever path you want to take. Like, if you want to stay here, then that's totally fine. And if you want to exit out and you're determined to do so, then that should be your focus. So remove the limitations in setting any restrictions on your perception or your abilities, or what you can see, what you can't see, what have you. It doesn't mean that you have to be exactly like somebody else. You are you, and that is your gift. So if you are meant to exit out, then you should be able to find the path to exit out. Bubscat, like naming my cat Maui a day a day later the fires hit. You named your cat Maui? Yeah, that's for sure synchronicity. What if your design is a shepherd? I don't know what you mean by that. What does that mean? Mickey Mouse. Rod H, hello. Do you think someone like Joe B knows he's playing a role? Who's Joe B? Or do you think he really believes Joe Biden, he's the president? This assumes that he's actually the same DNA as us and isn't some kind of clone or robot, CGI or whatever. Well, someone like Joe Biden, I don't know what Joe Biden is. He seems a little bit odd. To me, he seems like a puppet, but there are certain characters here, like the hidden hand people, I believe know who they are. They know they're playing a role. They know what this place is, and they do their role to help awaken the masses. That's what I mean by when you come back, if you choose to come back at this level, you can come back as one of the elite to help awaken the next I guess, generation. Or you can come back at a different level and help at a different level. So that's one option. So that's why some people would choose to come back. Again, you can come back because you know the stakes, you know what the game is, you know what the world is, you understand what you're dealing with. And then there are other people who don't know that they're playing a role and are awakening just like the rest of us. But it's very easy. Like, a lot of people have a hard time with this. So if you look at like hidden hand people, like Johnny Depp is one. Prince Harry is a hidden hand character. Prince William. And if you look at these people, if you're in the duality pillar, you're going to be resentful. You're not going to want to believe that they are aware of who they are, because your perception of them is that they're evil. Your perception of them is that they're taking from you. They're evil. They're doing bad things. They're brainwashing you. They're controlling you. You know, whatever the explanation or the narrative is in terms of us versus them, the pointing the finger at the evil elite. So if that's the case, you have to let that go, because you know you don't want to believe that these people know who they are, but they do. So in knowing who they are, it's easy to hide. It's easy to be the character that you're here to be. You just follow the script. You follow, because you are as well, you're going through the awakening process. You're aware that you are not the character that you are playing here. You're so much more. But while you're here, you are that character. So it's very easy to play that character. But it's also very easy to hide the fact that you know that you are that character. You don't go around telling everybody when you go shopping, hey, I am a character and I am named TrueLove. And here's my role and this is what I'm here to do. You don't tell people that. You go about your business and you do what you have to do, and nobody's the wiser. Same for them. So it's just a block that people don't want to believe it, because they think that they're supposed to look a certain way. They're supposed to behave a certain way. They're supposed to do certain things. They have to be this like all holy enlightened being. Well, that's not the case. This place is inverted. So you have to let that go, that preconceived notion that first of all, that the Hollywood elite or the elite in general are all evil, blood-sucking, baby-killing blood drinkers, because that's not true. But the idea that they can't be awakened and they can't be aware of who they are, that also has to go. They're playing a role. So I know that that's hard for a lot of people, but that's still in the duality, in the ping pong, in the game of Pong. So, so yeah, as for Joe Biden, I don't know. I don't know for him specifically. He seems to be a bit of a puppet, but he could be play acting, and, as much as you want to think that they are immune to things like that human beings go through, they're not. Their story, they still die, they still get illness. Part of their script is some people are alcoholics, some people get abused, some people are nasty, some people are narcissists, like that's in their script. So you can't avoid that just because you're, part of the people who've come back here. Steinwins, the thinking of a friend thing could be explained by Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance theory if it's correct. I'm vaguely familiar with Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance theory. Would you care to elaborate? Do you read books or listen to audiobooks? If yes, what are you reading or listening to at the moment? David Baxendale, I do. I am right now reading the Upanishads, and I read some books, finding them a little bit limited. I used to read a lot more, and I'm finding it frustrating now because the books that I read don't know enough. And I find I learn more from decoding movies and finding truth in what's happening around me. I learn a lot more than I can learn in any book. And I do have quite a library of books. Some things like on ancient texts and alchemy and astrology and that sort of stuff. Again, I find that I learn more from applying it to, from learning from my own experiences and applying it to what I see. And I find they're just limiting. But I do read some of the mythologies, and I kind of read more like in tandem with the projects that I'm working on. So if I'm working on something that I need to find some research, then I'll go and read that. And I'll read information off the internet as well. So sometimes certain people will have better insights, just regular people like you and me who have studied this and researched it. They'll have better insights than, famous published authors. But yeah, I'm reading the Upanishads right now. There's some insights. I'm not really finding it all that mind-blowing or anything. I was reading the collective works of Neville Goddard I just finished. That took me quite some time. There's like 10 books in there. There's quite a lot in that I found useful. And yeah, so I also started reading the Kalevala, which is the Finnish Bible, but I'm not reading it in Finnish. I'm reading it in English. And, it's interesting because what I like about it is I can see the connections to all of the other stories and the myths and everything. But it's a big book. It's a dense book. And my mom is Finnish, and so she's read the Kalevala in Finnish, and she says it's much better in Finnish. But I don't know Finnish, so I can't read it in Finnish, not yet anyway. Eternal being, I'm definitely okay with being here. I'm just enjoying my family and my life. I just have no interest in coming back. That's a great place to be, eternal being. I'm in the same place. I'm okay with being here. I'm enjoying the smaller things, and I don't really have any desire to come back. I don't have any unfinished business, because when you get to a certain level of awareness, you're just like, well, I don't really derive a lot of joy from that stuff anymore. And so if there's any unfinished business to tend to, I will finish it here in this life. And yeah, my goal is to exit out. Mickey Mouse, I think being grateful for our experience here is the first step on the ladder. Yeah, you do. You have to be grateful for this experience and understand what it's here to show you. Stephen Snowman, do you need to be in reverence to get past the polarity? Because I have a desire to expose injustices and feel helpless and defeated. Is that being stuck in duality? Yes, it is. That is duality, which is fine. Don't think that there's anything wrong with that, because the minute you think that there's something wrong with it, you're pushing against it, which perpetuates it. If that's where you are, it's totally fine. And just know that there's more, and you will move past it when you are ready, when the time is right. But just be aware that there is more, and if that's where you want to move towards, then focus on moving towards that. But don't be upset with yourself for where you are. I've done that myself. I've been aware that there's more and not been able to see it and not been able to get to it. And I get mad at myself for not being further along the path. And then you just have to realize that You are where you are and be okay with it. And then that will allow you to move swifter than if you push against it and say, I should be further along than this. No, you shouldn't. You are exactly where you need to be, and everything else will flow to you in good time. And so when you accept that and you're okay with that, it will flow much easier. And, you can also enjoy the ride. I get frustrated with the lulls in the ascension process. It's like I get bored and I'm looking forward to the next revelation or the next level, or, whatever it is that I am looking forward to. I have to remind myself to enjoy the journey and be okay with where I'm at. So that too is part of the process. It's very strange because you need the down times, you need the lulls, because if you had like whammy after whammy after whammy, you'd go insane, and then it wouldn't. You need the time to digest. Here's another thing that I noticed with especially new truthers, people who are new to the truth, and especially if you're in the conspiracy mindset or the duality mindset, same thing. A lot of times people don't take the time to process the information that they've just received. Especially notice this with comments on my videos. If I've presented something that should be mind-blowing, it should be revelationary, like revelatory, because you should be able to crack open doors of perception with a lot of the content that I put out, because it has done it for me. That's why I say so. And a lot of times people will just sort of take the surface level and they'll say, oh, wow, that was really interesting. Okay, what next? And you're not processing what you've just digested. You're already on to the next thing. You're not going to progress because you haven't even digested what you've taken in yet. So if you haven't digested what you've taken in and it hasn't sunk in and you don't know it, it isn't in you. It isn't part of you. You have to know it. You have to be it. You have to live it. And if you haven't accomplished that, you can't move forward. If you're already moving on to the next thing, you haven't digested what has just been given to you, you can't move forward. So there's this constant need of, okay, that's cool, but now what? Okay, that's great. So what about this? What about the thing that you just digested? Focus on that. And then stop asking other people, what about this? And you figure it out, because that's where the knowing comes from. And a lot of people are very keen to get to the next thing, but also very keen to have the information handed to them, which is not a benefit to you. Yes, you need to take in information from other people who have learned other things. That's beneficial, but until you know it, until you have done it and you have seen it for yourself and you know it internally, it isn't going to benefit you. So don't get ahead of yourself, basically. I don't know what you mean by reverence. To get past the polarity because of a desire to expose injustices. So yeah, like the part where you have a desire to expose injustices is pretty early on in the process, because you're angry and you're finger pointing, you're looking at other people as being the cause of the problem, and it's fine. It's a phase you have to go through, which is to work through that anger. You have to work through that feeling of, what the hell is this? Where am I in this place? Why is this happening? What's going on? Who are these people? You have to go through that process. It's not wrong. And that anger has to be released. So work through it, go through it, accept it, but just know that there's more. And also, don't make yourself wrong for being in the duality. Just know that there's more. And if you want to get past the duality, then that's what you're headed towards. Trixie, hello. In my opinion, the two worlds are dependent on each other. We humans are on the earth firmament, a plane of which we perceive the arc of the sky. We are the witness eye to the power of the unseen source. Sure, that's one way to look at it for sure. I worked at Fleetwood's for about 4 months. Oh, that's interesting. We're not escaping, but making a connection in the middle path. Yes, this. Nobody knows. Hello. It means I'm your lucky charm. Sorry, I'm way behind on the comments, but these are great comments. Please support TrueLove by giving the chat a like. Yeah, give a thumbs up. Thanks. Nobody knows. Roger Prescott, Chinese finger trap. My grandson put me in one 2 days ago. Synchronicity, you mentioned it today. He taught me he could help me get out of it. His love keeps me going. Cool. PL, this place is like those escape rooms. You have to find the clues to get out. Yeah, it is. See, even something like that is telling you the truth. Trixie, I have to run. I'll definitely come back to this conversation. Okay, great. See you soon. Trudeau, hidden hand guy. Well, there you go. Trudeau, well hated. Nobody likes him, but he's doing his job. That's the job he's here to do. Adam, you're here. PL, it's like Slugworth playing a role for Willy Wonka, I guess. I don't know who Slugworth is, but I have seen Willy Wonka. Golden ticket. Read fiction, there'll still be synchronicities. I used to read fiction. I got bored with it. I'm very particular about the type of fiction I read. I've tried to branch out to other types of fiction and don't like it. It has to be really well written. And maybe like classic literature, but I just got bored with fiction. I moved on to nonfiction, spiritual text and that sort of thing, because it was more interesting to me. I tried going back to fiction. I just can't. Maybe, in a little while I'll go back. I'll be able to go back to it, but not right now. Adam, glass bead game is good. I'm not familiar with that. Steinwinds, I think the morphic resonance theory is some kind of unified consciousness field or something like. It sounds like it, I guess. I can't really comment. I'm not really familiar with that guy's theory, so I can't really say if it's accurate or not. Mickey Mouse, have you read the Rosicrucian Cosmo Conception? I have not, actually. No. Sounds interesting, though. Finnish phonetics. Yes, we actually talked about that some time ago in the chat. Glass bead game is about synchronicities, decoding, and awakening. That sounds interesting. What is it? Is it an actual game? Or is it a movie? What is it? Spotless Leopard. Imagine coming back as yourself with total hindsight. Yeah, I mean, you kind of do. But, that's also where we are trying to get to. That's where we're headed. And, I'm seeing a lot of information or a lot of windows into my past lives and who I am and that sort of thing that make so much sense. Like I said in like Parallel Universes video, your current life contains every past life. So you have windows into your past lives within your current life. So if you are able to sort of tap into your life story and see it reflected back to you in movies and television, you can figure out who you are. You can figure out your story. You can figure out the God that you are. And when you see that, it's incredibly beneficial. And in understanding yourself better, and understanding the world better, and also understanding your life story better, looking back on things that happened in your life and why they happened. So that in itself is also very beneficial, because a lot of things that we sort of beat ourselves up for, it's like, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. You can understand why it had to happen. You can understand why certain people came into your life and why the experience was the way that it was. So it's incredibly beneficial. You can't sensory deprivation, amniotic fluid. Huh? I don't quite understand the comment. Stephen, thank you. Appreciate the feedback. Oh, anytime. You're welcome. Marie Eve, United, Stephen Stone, Adam, have not read Glass Bead Game by Hesse. Okay, so it's a book. Love the other books. Excited to read it now. You won't be disappointed, and it may be perfect stage you're at. It's a book written like 1940. Cool. Okay. Sounds interesting. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1. Ethan Hunt and the IMF team must track down a terrifying new weapon that threatens all of humanity if it falls into wrong hands. Oh, like this is the keyhole? Yeah, I get this stuff from movies and TV shows. I'm a very slow reader. I digest every word, and so for me to watch a movie, I get a lot more out of it, and it's faster. But also, watching a movie has more in it because of the layers. You have audio, you have visual, you have the story, you have the characters, you have the nuances, the movements, and the subtleties and the symbolism that's embedded in there, like the stuff that these characters pull in. You can't get that from any book. So that's why I prefer to watch film and television, because of the richness of the material and the information that it provides. It's the closest thing you can get to reality, obviously. So yeah, that to me is more beneficial. And I'm a slow reader. The internet steals a lot of reading time from me and probably a lot of people. I do like I like to read. I go sit in the park and read, because I don't want to spend so much time looking at a screen. It can drive me nuts looking at a screen for too long. But so I like paper. I love books. I've always loved books. It's just finding good books is difficult. So I'll look at Glass Bead. Babylon 5 is the best science fiction, in my opinion, full of arcs and threads. The new B5 movie is awesome for B5 fans too. Okay, cool. Thanks for the suggestion. Pattern recognition. Yeah. David Baxendale, with control of the future and fate of the world at stake, a deadly race around the globe begins. Confronted by a mysterious, all-powerful enemy, Ethan is forced to consider that nothing can. So yeah, okay. Well, I'm just waiting for David Baxendale to finish his comment. Ethan is forced to consider that nothing can matter more than the mission, not even the lives of those he cares about most. That sounds like a good allegory. I mean, so some time ago, I thought there's certain certain films that are full of truth and closer to truth than others. And I wanted to read more Michael Crichton because I believe Michael Crichton was the one who wrote Westworld and a few other very telling stories. So I thought I'll read some of his books, but he's a terrible writer. I can't get into it. I'm finding it very hard to read. So I'm skimming through a lot of it until, like, when is this thing going to start kind of thing. But I wanted to, like, sometimes I'll try to read different kinds of books, and I just, if it's badly written, I just can't. It's so hard. I mean, those types of films, so those types of books make good films for a reason, because they don't make good books. The book is kind of like a money grab. And so yeah, like the way that they're written is more in line with a movie anyway. And I started to read, was it Robertson Davies? I started to read one of his books, and it seems interesting, and he's a good writer. But again, something about it is preventing me from reading it. Glass bead game is for people like us. I will give it a try. Babylon 5, so underrated and brilliant story arc, and threads agree. I don't think I've seen Babylon 5. Like, I did watch Star Trek when I was younger, and looking back on that, it's not good. But it was good at the time. I also used to watch Doctor Who when I was younger. And again, looking at that, it's not a good quality TV show. But, you know, there's little gems in a lot of things. Have you seen The Road Home, the new B5 movie? So we got some Babylon 5 fans in the chat. I grew up on Doctor Who. Yeah, it was a fun little show. I also love The Alchemist. Yeah, I've read that. It's kind of simple though, and it doesn't really have a lot. It ends at a certain point. I wanted more in there, but it's okay. There are 2 keys in the shape of crucifixes that have 2 jewels that look like diamonds and rubies. They slot together to form a 3D X. Oh, cool. Where's that? Is that in the Mission Impossible? I think I've seen that. Is it an older Mission Impossible? Yeah, I think I've seen it. Because I remember the keys and the cross. I can't stand Doctor Who. Yeah. I used to watch it as a kid. It's great for kids. But, you know, I used to watch it because my dad liked it, and it was good for kids. So it was just like a, you know, right. It's just so bad. Like, the quality is bad, but kids don't care. Hermes Divine Pymander, read that, or the Tao. That sounds good. Sounds like a good recommendation. I was terrified of Davros, leader of the Daleks. Daleks. Yeah, like it was kind of scary as a kid watching some of that Doctor Who stuff on at the cinema at the same time as Up and Barbie. No, I have not seen it, but will now. Okay. Yeah, guys, if you're enjoying this chat, can you give it a thumbs up? That'd be great. It helps with the algorithm. I mean, my little channel needs all the boost it can get. So yeah, there's some good suggestions here. Anybody else have any suggestions of what to read, whether it's fiction or nonfiction? Has anybody read? So I started reading some of the Hermetic texts. They're kind of dry, but I read them in like stages when I feel like it. Has anybody read the what's it called? The Gnostic texts, like the Gnostic, the Nag Hammadi. Anybody read that? Like all of it? I mean, I've read bits and pieces. Anybody read the Anunnaki texts? I've read those. Those are I haven't read all of them, but I read some of the main ones: the Atrahasis, the Enuma Elish, and the what's the other one? The story of that king. I can't remember the name of it now. I read those, and I read like excerpts of some of the other texts that are really interesting. And then there's like I've been trying to find a book. If anybody can find one, please let me know. But I've been trying to find a book with all the Anunnaki texts, like as true to the translation as possible, not any like interpretation, like no Zachariah Sitchin stuff. I just want a as pure as can be interpretation of the texts from the tablets. If anybody can find that, please let me know. So far, I've found the translations online, and I think it's on the Oxford website. There's a database of all the texts there, so you can search it, which is really handy. But in terms of book form, I haven't found one. It'd be really great. Yeah, I've read part of the Kabbalion, and I'm digesting it in pieces. You read some of the Nag Hammadi. What do you think of it? What's your opinion on the Nag Hammadi? Audiobooks for me. Well, same thing, whether you've read it or you listen to it. What do I think of the Illuminati card game? What do you think of it? In what context? Because it's useful in some ways, because there's obvious indicators that those things are coming true, but I don't really pay much attention to it, to be honest. See, the thing is I found that the richest form of information for me is interpreting the messages in the media and decoding, because it's the purest form there is. Whether it's coming from texts or like written literature or film and television or songs or whatever, in decoding, that's the purest form there is. Reading somebody else's interpretation is beneficial to some extent, but there's potential for error, which is fine, because we're human, we can make mistakes, and we're trying to interpret the divine. So we're interpreting it in terms of the context of what we know. And so somebody like Bill Donahue, he's interpreting the divine. So that is a good resource of information. But a lot of times when you're looking at somebody who's, written a book about something from the physical perspective, is very limiting. Yeah, there's audiobooks on YouTube, which are really, really helpful. There's a lot of audiobooks on YouTube. Seems authentic. Okay, well, what did you get from it? Did you find it beneficial? Did you, you said you've only read some of it, so I'm just interested in knowing what you extracted from it. The Bhagavad Gita is great. Cool. Yeah, I've read some of the Bhagavad Gita, not a lot. I don't even know if I have it. I don't think I have it, but I've read some of it. Where is your keyhole video in the Triangle series? Did you remove it? I had it temporarily hidden, and it's back up again because I've been working on something on the website, so I had to use a video and make it hidden for a bit to see if it would work. So it's back up again. But thanks for asking. You should be able to see it now. Adam, just driven past a bus stop advert in red with knock knock and huge writing. Dante's Divine Comedy. Yeah, that's one that's on my list to read. I've been trying to find either an audiobook or something on that because I just don't have the budget to go and buy books. Plus, I have so many books to read already that I would rather just not collect more books. The NAG stuff relates to some of this Steiner I've read, and Gnostic texts seem less edited. Okay, it's interesting. Sorry about the noise in the hallway. Just wondering about my question. Plasma Fires is getting blocked. Glenn Bordeaux. If you asked it here, I haven't seen your question, so I haven't seen it being deleted or anything. This is the first comment I've seen from you in the chat, so I don't think people are blocking it on purpose. I guess it's just not coming through, but what's your question? Try asking it again. Adam, there's one on YouTube, but it's not great. Dante's is quite relevant. Yeah. Knocking. Yeah, knocking. NAG relates to Carlos Castaneda information on the inorganic beings interacting with us in a parasite way. Okay. I'm vaguely familiar with Carlos Castaneda. I can't remember much about him right now, to be honest. But you have to, even with the Nag Hammadi scriptures, you have to take it as allegory. And you have to be able to see beyond what the story that they're telling you. It's still allegory. Yes, it is getting blocked. How to read a book, the classic guide to intelligent reading. That's an interesting title. Knock Knock is a demon inside the head of a guitar player in a book called Utopia Avenue. Well worth a read. Oh, interesting. It's funny because, a lot of people will, they take the word demon and they automatically jump to some conclusions about it. Adam, just driven past another. I'm going to take a pic for Discord. Please do. So yes, Glenn, your comment is getting blocked for some reason. She says, Nobody Knows says, I'm not blocking it. It's YouTube. I've noticed that the last 2 days. Just asked again about Jeff Snyder's conclusion about plasma fire being suppressed by mainstream media. Well, that's interesting that it's getting blocked. That tells you something. Like, if it's getting blocked, then it's getting some awareness. I don't know if you can rephrase your question so that it can actually be seen. Your comments being blocked too? Maybe rephrase the question. Maybe put some, refer to certain things as with like asterisks or something in there to dress it up, break up the words, put gaps in them or something so that it can come through. We're not doing it, so I'm not seeing anybody's comments get deleted or anything. Okay. Oh my gosh. It's appearing now. Do you agree with Jeff Snyder that controllers are pushing the DEW narrative to distract from the truth of Plasma 5? Yes, I do agree. Just wondering, okay. Thanks for the tip. Yes, I'm seeing it now. Ryan Stevenson, why do you think people like us have experiences with narcissists? Is it like a mirror for us to see the carnal mind in these people, as Bill Donahue outlined, so we can see what we're really not? Yes, I think so. I went through an experience, and for me, from my personal experience, I believe that it was needed for me to see the opposite, to see the carnal mind, as you say, the beast. It is the ego in its extreme form. So I've seen quite a few narcissists, but there's one particular narcissist was particularly bad, and possibly one of the most extreme versions I will hopefully ever come across. I don't want to come across anything like it again, but I do think that, like you say, it is it's like a mirror to see the carnal mind, to see the beast, to understand how the ego mind works in its worst form, and so that you can recognize the traits in yourself as well, so that you can extinguish them, so to speak. You shine a light on them and they go away. So, but also like you say, people like us tend to be empaths or empathetic. We tend to want to help people. We tend to want to give, and we care about people. We have the empathetic connection to other people. We feel for other people. And so that is also a training ground. This interaction with narcissists is a training ground to open your eyes to the different kinds of people here, and to prevent you from spending your time trying to help people who don't need your help and who will just take from you, and to value your energy and your time and value your heart and protect yourself, but also not to extinguish that flame, not to prevent you from giving and prevent you from sharing or helping, but to help the right people, but also put yourself first. So to me, a lot of people call it boundaries. I don't call it boundaries. It's more to do with taking that energy and giving it back to yourself. Instead of giving it outward, give it back to yourself, and focus on yourself first, and then allow that energy to flow out. So a lot of the focus of this realm is about giving to other people. It's like, well, service to others. When you're at a job, you feel like you're serving your boss. So you give and give and give, and you don't get back in return. So instead, give to yourself first and then let it flow out. So that's my lesson that I gained from the interaction with narcissists. And also to not be as trusting, but at the same time, not block yourself off from trusting people. So, there's a fine balance between the two. So you don't want to become cold-hearted. You don't want to be shut off. You don't want to be isolated or ungiving, or like hoarding everything for yourself. You still want that energy to flow out. You still want to be in the love state and be giving, but direct it in the right place. And I think there's a huge lesson in that. And I think a lot of people who are going through the ascension process, part of your ascension process is coming up against narcissists and recognizing that there are narcissists and recognizing what the traits are, understanding what the traits are, understanding the narcissistic mind, which is why I did a series on the narcissistic mind, because the narcissistic mind is dying. And that is why you need to recognize certain traits within yourself so that those traits can go away, because that mind is dying. That's the mind, the beast mind of the lower consciousness. It's got to go. So, excellent question. Thank you for asking. Where am I here? Mainstream media seems to be pushing the DEW narrative. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, we did talk about this a little bit earlier, about the DEW narrative. And so the direct energy weapons, they're kind of pushing it to get people angry. And Jeff Snyder put out a video that was really good recently. It's interesting because a lot of people are now going to his channel, but at the same time, the alternative media is mentioning his channel, but not putting a lot of focus on it. They're kind of saying that his channel exists, but they're not really giving him enough credit. They're not giving him the credit he deserves. They're saying, yeah, there's this guy who's talking about plasma fires and he thinks it's this, but then they redirect the conversation back to DEWs and they think that it's like some kind of weapon, which Jeff Snyder talks about the fact that the energy is organic, but they're harnessing the energy to make it to put it in a certain area and directing it, which is the direct energy, and it becomes a weapon. But it is the organic energy that they're harnessing. And it's not coming from above, it's coming from below, it's coming from the ground. So that's his explanation. And if you watch his videos, it's very clear that that's what's going on. And the videos, there was a video put out by Plain Truth, who's a shill, and he put out a video that was totally fabricated of the Russian gas station that blew up recently, showing a red laser beam coming down as the fire started. But the original footage has no laser beam, and the smoke is coming up out of the ground. So I don't know whether he made the video or he's sharing the video, but whatever, it's still disingenuous. He's still pushing a narrative of this alien invasion DEW nonsense. So anyway, yeah, I agree with Jeff Snyder's perspective, and what he's showing and what he's saying. And mainstream media his point was that they're pushing the DEWs to get people to turn to the government for help, and otherwise the government is irrelevant, and that's a possibility. But again, with all of this stuff, there's the mainstream media cover up bullshit climate change narrative. Then there's, for the people who don't buy that narrative, there's the DEW narrative, which is there to contradict. So you're in between the two pillars, but that one is a clue and a red herring. So again, like every conspiracy theory, there's a clue in it and it's a red herring. So don't stop there. Look at that and say, okay, what are they actually showing us? What's beyond this? Because like with the DEW, they're pointing you, DEW is dew, and dew comes from the ground. So there's a clue right there to tell you that it's coming from the ground. And there also is a clue in climate change, CC, Christ consciousness. It's a change in consciousness, and that's what's causing it. So, you know, you have to look past what they're presenting you and ask, what are they really showing us? What is hidden? Plasma fires seem to make more sense than anything else. Why would the tree roots get cooked? Yeah, exactly. Because it's coming from the ground. The Minotaur. Use Cockney rhyming. Like, plasma fires seem to make more sense than anything. Oh, we already said that. The Ministry of Truth will not allow plasma fires comments. Great response, narcissists. You're welcome. Yep, I'm an empath. Spaces, periods. Okay, excellent answer. You're welcome. Glad you liked it. Jezebel spirits in those narcissists. Yeah, you know, you can call it what you like. You can call it like demons, or you can call it pure evil, or what have you. It's just a lack of love. And the narcissist, you can get to a place of empathy for the narcissists after, not right away. If you've just gone through narc abuse, you know, you need time to heal. You need time to get some perspective. But then you get to a point where you can get some empathy for them and understand where it's coming from. But basically, it's coming from a lack of love. All of it is an effort to find love, but it's the extreme example, which is why we're in the world that we're in, because the ego mind that dominates this place is a lack of love. This place was formed out of heartbreak. This place is lacking love. And so our search here is to find true love. So we have to find it within, because it's not without, it's not here. And in order to bring it here, we have to find it within and then bring it out through our expression, through living it, through being it. So the narcissist was created there. I mean, I personally think narcissists are born, not made. Just looking at, for example, Amber Heard's astrological chart, it's in her chart. So it's possible that a series of life events led to her becoming a narcissist, but it is also in her chart. So she is going to be a narcissist. So to me, they're born, not made. Now, the whole reason that they become one is because they're seeking love. So they put up these walls and these barriers where they're not to blame, because they're trying to give themselves love, but they're giving it to themselves in a negative way. It's in a polarized opposite way to actual love. So they can't give love, they can't feel love. And so instead they protect themselves, and they are basically mirrors and bounce everything back to you. So they're not to blame for anything. Everybody's to blame for their life situation. They're the victim. You're the problem, and you're causing all this pain to them, because they can't possibly take accountability, everything out there is to blame. So they're literally a mirror. There's nothing behind the mirror. They don't have anything. They can't look within. So true love is within. If they can't look within, they can't find true love. So in that sense, I feel for them. I don't want to interact with them. I don't want them in my life, but I do feel for them. So yeah, if you can get to that place, so much better. Because then you can release them with some sort of empathy. But yeah, it's awful. Maui Blast laser focused. Yeah, we did mention that earlier. It is pretty funny. Joel Viner, hello. So yeah, any more comments on the plasma fire situation? The questions regarding that? So yeah, like, you know, a lot of people get really hurt by narcissists and shut themselves off. You can't do that. I've been through that phase, and you have to go through it to heal, which is fine. But yeah, don't shut yourself off permanently. Work your way through it. And if you you gotta learn as much as you can about them so that you know what to look for. And if you see the signs, test it somehow in a safe way. You know, don't go around like accusing them of being a narcissist. That's not going to help you. But test it in a safe way, you know, like saying no to something, and testing the reaction, finding a situation where empathy is required, and if you test their reaction. So if you come across someone who is a narcissist, just kindly leave them and say, listen, you know, I got to go my own way, and then have nothing to do with them. So it may seem harsh, it may seem callous, but you have to do what's right for you. And understanding narcissists and doesn't mean that you need to have them in your life. Having empathy for them doesn't mean you need to have them in your life. So a lot of times with people who have a lot of empathy, we're generally very open to befriending a lot of different kinds of people, and also, you know, wanting to help people. So if somebody asks you to do something, and whether you want to do it or not, if you're like, oh, you feel that you can help someone, you want to help them. But then there are some people who are genuine, who you can help, and then there are other people who are basically energy vampires who just want to take advantage of you. So you have to be able to know the difference, and you don't want to put yourself in that position. So, you know, you have to go through that experience to understand the difference, and put yourself first in a kind way. I know one or two people that are self-centered. Self-centered doesn't necessarily mean that they're narcissists. A narcissist will use you and abuse you, which is dangerous. It can be dangerous. So, you know, knowing the traits in a narcissist and understanding the subtleties and the details so that you can tell the difference. You don't want to put yourself in harm's way with a narcissist who will take advantage of you and abuse you. And there's people who are self-centered that they don't actually mean any harm. They're just very self-focused or self-oriented, and you can talk to them and they'll actually be able to reflect and change. A narcissist cannot change and never will change because they cannot reflect and they cannot look within. But if you have somebody who is not a narcissist and you have narcissistic tendencies, if you talk to them and you say, hey, listen, you know, the thing that you did kind of hurt me, and, you know, I don't feel that I can be friends with you if this continues. and they don't change, then bye. If they say, oh my God, I'm really sorry, I didn't realize I was doing that, I'll try my best to do better, just, let me know if it comes up, and, I'm going to work on it. And they do, then that's not a narcissist. Sometimes narcissists will say that and not mean it and will not change. So you have to be very aware of the difference, because you don't necessarily want to cut people off just because they're self-centered, unless it is detrimental to your relationship and detrimental to you. So yeah, I mean, you could be talking to somebody who's self-centered, but they're very kind and they're a very good friend. You just are aware of the fact that they're, all about themselves, but it's not in a harmful or malicious way. And you can bring it to their attention and say, hey, listen, I know you like to talk about yourself a lot, but how about we talk about me for a bit? Because I got a problem and I need your help. And they'd be like, what? Oh, okay. It depends, put it in a nice way, in a loving way. And they should be a little open to it. But I think that's the key is narcissists are not open to it. Narcissists don't take accountability, can't change, and they also can't look within, and they just can't see that they're to blame for anything. So interestingly, there is nothing animated in the eyes of a narcissist. The eyes are black, and it's both scary and fascinating. Ryan Stevenson. That's interesting because I think it depends on the level of narcissist. And I can only say that in one case with the really bad one, that is true, because I just saw pools of blackness. And there was a moment where this person looked at me with pure evil. And I was just like, wow, what am I looking at? And it's just a lack of love, a complete lack of love. So yeah, it's kind of terrifying. And the further they are on the narcissistic spectrum, the more likely they are to have that sort of look. And I don't know. I mean, I've come across other narcissists who aren't as bad. They're kind of on the lower end of the scale. I haven't looked at their eyes closely enough to tell whether they're like that. So I can't say that from my perspective, from my point of view, my experience, I can't say that, across the board that's true. But I don't know, maybe you've had more interaction. I won't feed them any energy. It's the only way you can deal with them. Yeah, through experience, discernment is gained, and I feel I can smell them now. That's good. It sucks. Going through narc abuse, horrible. Wouldn't wish it on anybody. Eternal being, my mother's a narcissist. I dealt with it my whole life. I didn't realize it until I saw her doing it to my children. Oh, how awful. I had to break up with my mom. Not easy, but the life is better without her around. Yeah, it isn't easy, and it sucks, and it hurts. And, it's really awful when it's one of your parents or siblings or, someone really close to you. And, in some cases, they might be a boss and you can't cut them out of your life, or you just have to either reimagine your job so you don't have to interact with them too much, or reimagine your job so that you become like their star pupil, their star employee, or you find yourself a new job, but you're likely going to run into narcissists no matter where you go. So you have to find a way to not attract them in a primary source or secondary source, so that they're not going to interfere in your life. They don't need you. They don't see you as valuable. They don't see you as a source of fuel. And, I get my knowledge on narcissists, for anybody who's looking for any knowledge on narcissists, from HG Tutor, who I find to be very valuable. There are many other people out there, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, who are full of information on narcissists, and I recommend you get a varied perspective, because HG Tutor has a very different approach, because he is a narcissist. He's a self-aware narcissist, which is rare, and according to him. And then there are, the psychiatrists and psychologists who have their DSM perspective, which is slightly different terminology, slightly different way of explaining things. And things like borderline and histrionic are narcissistic. Those are narcissistic personality disorders, but they kind of classify them as separate. And those are also, they have different names for them and everything. I find HG Tutor's approach very simple because it's on a spectrum, and it's very simple to understand, and it makes perfect sense in the grand sort of macrocosm, microcosm way of understanding this reality. So, you got empaths on one side of the spectrum and narcissists on the other side of the spectrum, and there's degrees of empath and there's degrees of narcissist, and it's the normals in the middle. So everybody has narcissistic traits, but narcissists have more and empaths have less. But empaths can also have narcissistic traits, so it is not so straightforward. But also, when you're entangled with a narcissist, empaths can actually end up looking like a narcissist, which makes the narcissist able to say, I'm not the narcissist, she is, he is. Because they're driving you mental, they're driving you mad, and so you end up behaving in narcissistic ways to deal with them. So, yeah, it's awful. Deal with a narc like a toddler. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I think it's, part of the awakening process. It's something we have to go through, and it definitely does awaken you to the narcissistic mind that runs this place. It's part of the process. It's why it's coming up. It's why there's so many people who are coming out as narcissists. And so if you're lucky enough to have not been entangled with one, I recommend you do research and understand it anyway. Chances are you've probably come across one and you didn't know it. But I think it's absolutely imperative to understand that mindset and understand what that looks like. So yeah, they'll either strengthen or weaken you. If you learn from it, you'll be much stronger and wiser. If you get bitter, you'll become ill. Exactly. Well said, Spotless. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So it's kind of like a rite of passage, I think. It really sucks, but it's a rite of passage. And, it's all part of understanding the mind. In understanding the narcissist, you understand the empath and the normals, you understand the mind. It's not just understanding narcissist, it's understanding how the mind works. It's understanding how people think and how they behave, human behavior. But also, it helps you to understand mental illness. And I found that it's very revealing in explaining mental illness, and it's actually a very simple way of seeing the spectrum of mental illness in the world. And there's people who have very similar types of symptoms, which is why you have to be careful and be very cognizant of what makes a narcissist, so that you do not misdiagnose or whatever and write someone off, because they display some of the traits, like one of the main traits of a narcissist is lack of empathy. Obviously, if they're on the other side of the spectrum, the empaths are over here and the narcs are over here, they're going to lack empathy. However, there are other like cognitive impairment or however I don't know how to explain it in such a, I don't want to offend anybody, in a way that there are other things that can be explained other ways. So, if you have ADD or autism, you can have symptoms of lack of empathy, but that doesn't mean that you're a narcissist. So some people can be misinterpreted as a narcissist because they have perhaps an extreme form of autism or ADD that's expressing itself in a lack of empathy. But that's because of something else. So understanding the difference between the two is helpful, and also helps you to understand how, growing up, we don't know about a lot of these mental illness. There's mental illness, and then there are, I guess you could say, cognitive impairments that sort of predispose you to a certain way of behaving or a certain way of being that I don't see as mental illness. It's not something that's generally fixable, in a sense. It's how you are, and understanding that people are different is not really something we're taught growing up. We sort of assume that everybody's the same, and they're not all the same. And so understanding the subtleties and the differences and the nuances and why people think differently or behave differently than you can have a little bit more understanding and empathy for why people are different. And trying to, a lot of times we get very frustrated and we think, well, why can't you be more like this, or why can't you be more like your sister or your brother or your friend or whatever? And it's like, well, why do you need that person to be more like anything other than who they are? Take them as they are. And if you don't like them as they are, then don't be friends with them. And if a lot of people have a tendency to want to change everything to suit them, and that's a very narcissistic trait, actually. You have to be more understanding and appreciative of people and their differences, and understanding the different ways that people are. Like, there's personality disorders, but there's also a lot of different things that affect people and how they think and see the world. And you can have greater appreciation and compassion and patience for all the differences. And it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget and assume that everybody's the same and that they should be the same, but they're not. And it sort of lessens that frustration and lessens that need for people to be more like XYZ, more, be more like you, I guess. Ryan Stevenson, how did you come to your conclusion about the existence of NPCs? And are you like Devin Maggie's vid on the topic? Could NPCs be young souls that haven't had many lives like we have, maybe? Thoughts? They could be. I wouldn't say I have a conclusion on NPCs, but yeah, I got a lot of information from Devin Maggi and his perspective on this subject, and that there are beings here that are just purely mind projections. And, there's a lot of different ways of explaining what they are or viewing them. There's a lot of different language around it. So, pick your language. If you don't like NPCs, you can change the name of it, but, that's what they are. And I've come to that, I guess, perspective from personal experience and from understanding the realm the way that I do, and seeing how the mind works, and seeing how, especially during COVID, especially during that time with the hive mind, and how people reacted and how they flipped and how they were affected by changes and knowledge and their behavior towards people. It's as if they're connected to a hive mind. And so basically, but also coming from, my research in decoding movies and everything, and understanding that this world is like a movie. It requires people here who are just projections. They're not real living beings. They're just projections. They're either here to populate the world to make it look realistic. They're thought forms that have manifested into beings, into people, and they're here to provide either, to act out certain scenes or scenarios for you to learn about yourself. And they're here to provide, interaction for you in your daily life. Like, how do I even explain this? But kind of like in a dream. So when you're in a dream, you are the dreamer, and you are in your dream, and everybody in your dream is a mind projection. And the people in your dream are there to act out the story that needs to be acted out to teach you something so that you learn from your dream, or even just to express something. You may not need to learn from your dream. It just may be an expression that needs to happen. So again, as within, so without. So when you're going through something internally and it needs to be expressed, it could be in your subconscious and you're not aware of it, which is why it's projected back to you. So you need to learn from it, and it can come in the form of a dream, or it can, if you haven't dealt with it in the dream, and then you get it in your real life. But it's the same thing. Your waking life is the same as your sleeping life. It's the same sort of idea. So the people in your waking life, a lot of them are NPCs, and many of them stay in your life on a persistent basis because they're there to teach you something, or they're a reminder of the other world, of where we're actually from. And so they're there to play out a role that's coming from within. And you are connected to the stars, so you are acting out a star story. And so that is being projected outward for you to see. So that's where that comes from. You resonate with my answer. Okay, good. I'm glad I explained it well enough to be understood. It's a very complicated concept to explain properly. I mean, if you look at this is why the system sort of explains it using movies and video games. But it's a similar idea, but it's all dream based. It is a dream, so it's the same sort of thing. I don't know about that. My sleeping dream life is so much more interesting and fun, Joel Viner. Well, that's because it's a little bit freer, and it's the expression of it. This physical world is more, it's denser, and so it's solidified. So in your dream world, it's bringing up things that are not as solidified. So you're able to see things in a more creative way. You're not as bound by the rules of the physical world, so you can, fly and all this sort of stuff. But symbolically, it's the same thing. So you're expressing things by putting it out onto the screen in your dream, or you're having things that are coming up within you that you haven't acknowledged consciously that need to come up, and so they're coming up in your dream. So for example, you can have warning dreams or precognitive dreams. I had a dream once where I was dating this guy, and I had a dream where I was with him, and I got lifted up in a tornado, and everything went haywire and crashed down to earth. And that was my subconscious speaking to me, saying, he's no good for you. You're going to end up in a tornado, a whirlwind, and it's going to cause chaos. And I didn't listen, and that's what happened. So because I didn't listen at the dream stage, it happened in my real life. So this sort of thing in your dream world is coming up symbolically. You're not literally going to be pulled up in a tornado in your real world. It's symbolic. This is what's going to happen. You're going to get caught up in a whirlwind of confusion and chaos in his mess because he hasn't sorted himself out. If you continue this relationship, and it's serving a warning, but I didn't listen. And so then in my waking world, I got caught up in his emotional drama and his mental drama, which is his internal tornado, and I got cast aside in a big old mess. So it's the same thing. It's just expressed differently because you're not bound to the rules of the physical. I wonder about the emotional range of an NPC. Do they feel watered down emotions? There seems to be zero natural intensity. What do you mean by zero natural intensity? I'm curious. Well, I don't know what the NPC feels because I don't think I'm an NPC, but I think they feel things. I think they feel things. If they don't feel things, then they express things like they feel things. So, I mean, when you have a dream, they seem to express things like they feel things. But do they actually feel things? I don't know. The thing with the NPC is that they can't awaken. They don't have the ability to awaken. They're not supposed to. So, in that sense, they are kind of like a narcissist. A narcissist can't awaken because they have no ability to look within. So if you can't look within, you can't awaken because everything is within. So in that sense, an NPC is similar to a narcissist because they can't awaken. So there's nothing inside. If you talk to them, they will seem like real people, but they're basically a mind projection. So everything they say or do seems like they're going through the motions. Like if their wife says, I love you, they'd say, thanks a lot. That's possible. That's possible. I mean, they could say, I love you as well, and still be an NPC. And, maybe they say it, but don't actually mean it. But you can also manifest a partner, and that person is an NPC, and they reflect back to you what you need them to reflect back to you. So that's a possibility as well. But if you ask them if they feel, they'll tell you they feel. I mean, you can get into an argument with them. They'll get angry. They can cry. They can get hurt. They're not robots. They're just extensions of you. So they're just not real living beings, Ratchy, you're late to the party, but you're still here. So glad you're here. So yeah, I mean, why? I'm curious why. I don't really think too much about NPCs, so I'm curious as to why a lot of people seem very fascinated by NPCs and sort of fixated on them. I don't know if that's the case, but I'd like to know what is your interest in NPCs and why. I mean, I know from when I was looking into NPCs, I found it really fascinating. The idea of there being beings here who are different from us in that way. And there's a lot of different kinds of beings here, but it helps to explain a lot of things. It's very fascinating, and it's just kind of like a bit of a novelty, I guess, and trying to grasp how these people exist is just was fascinating. I guess that's the only word there is, but it's like, when you look into your own world and your own life and try to determine who's an NPC and who's not, but also like how to interact with them, how to treat them. So you just treat them like everybody else. You treat them like they were real beings. You shouldn't treat them like they're NPCs. But it is tempting. In some ways, it helps you to detach, because you can see that they're just serving the construct, I guess, if you want to call it a construct. They're serving the system. They're serving you too. They're serving you, and so it's like you can affect your experience through them in a way, right? So it's just very fascinating. Imagine having an NPC as a pet. Well, it's kind of like, having a puppet on a string, I guess. In a way, you could look at it that way. And pets are all NPCs. So if you have a pet that's an NPC. I know a lot of people think that you can incarnate as an animal. I don't agree. I don't think you can. But, maybe you can. I just don't think that there'd be a point, because if, first of all, we are created in the image and likeness of the Elohim, the gods, then we must reflect the gods. We must look like the gods. So there's no reason for us to manifest as an animal. And if you can manifest as an animal, you can manifest as a chair. What would be the point of that? You can't learn from being a chair. So the point of being here is to ascend. The point of being here is to awaken. So what benefit would you have coming back as a chair, coming back as a blade of grass, or as a cat? Sure, you can have a different kind of point of view, but I don't think that that's how this system works. And it's kind of if you dream, when you dream, you don't dream of yourself as anything other than yourself. You're always yourself. You can see yourself reflected in the mirror. You might look a little younger or a little older or whatever, but you're always yourself. You don't have a dream of yourself as a cat. You don't have a dream of yourself as a chair. You're always a human being. You're always look like you. And people around you that you interact with also look like people. So I just don't see the idea of reincarnating as animals. Doesn't seem to make sense to me. Ryan, I think if I'm going to be introspective, it can be a lonely place here where most people here cannot see what we see. Even my close friend who takes the Bible literally. Yeah, it is a very lonely place. Just the other day, I was on a walk, and I had been invited to join my neighbors who were having a drink in the patio, whatever. And I didn't want to go. Not because I don't like them. I do. They're nice people. I don't want to be around people who are drinking. One drink here and there, fine. But I know that they like to have a lot of drinks. And I wasn't interested in the kind of conversation that they would have, kind of small talk kind of stuff, because I don't know them very well. And so the old me would have said, sure, why not? Get to know my neighbors. And I was very sociable in the old world, not so in the new world. I'm not like that anymore. So I didn't go. And I went for a walk instead. And on my walk, I was like reflecting a little bit, thinking, well, I feel a little isolated, but I don't think that going there was going to make me feel less isolated. I think it was going to make me feel more isolated, because I can't speak to them like I'm speaking to you. I would have, small talk conversation for a while. It would feel good for a while, but then there's a point where I'm like, yeah, I had my fill. This isn't serving me anymore. And so I would leave, and then I would probably crash and feel bad, which is what tends to happen these days when I try to socialize with people in that kind of setting. I need to leave, and I feel much better when I get home. And it starts to become a negative drain. It starts to become a very negative experience, which is the opposite of why I went there in the first place. I want to have a social interaction. I want to connect with people, but not in that environment. It doesn't feed me. So I end up leaving and coming home and feeling much better being at home. So why bother leaving? Just be at home. Ratchy, I'm fascinated by NPCs. If you have them in your life and for some reason you lose contact, they seem to always pop back up out of nowhere. They always find contact somehow. Well, most people in your life are NPCs. So if somebody's popping back in your life, there's a reason. And it's because you're calling them back into your life. So if you don't want them to come back into your life, you gotta resolve whatever is going on to flesh them out. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe you like having them come back in your life. But yeah, most people in your life are NPCs. Now, one of the things too, if you've been watching Once Upon a Time, in that series, you can see that they show you how the true living beings come find each other no matter what. For example, Emma was in, I guess, what you call the real world. She lived in New York City for a while, and she lived in Minneapolis and stuff, and she was kind of bouncing around as an orphan. And she attracted this girl named Lily, who was also from the Enchanted Forest, and she was adopted by this woman who was the Ice Queen. So, and her boyfriend was also Bellfire, who was the son of Mr. Gold, or Rumpelstiltskin. So at every turn, she was running into people from the Enchanted Forest. And that shows you that happens to you here. You attract people from the other world. So we keep running into each other, whether that is in true form. So if you're a real living being, you're in your true form. And if you run into another living being, that's your true form. Or you might run into them in an NPC manifestation, which is a mind projection, which can be a shadow of that person. So you might be attached to somebody in the other realm who shows up in different forms, in different versions. So this is why, first of all, when you run into like a complete stranger, you feel like you've known them all your life, or you will cut one person, like say, leave one person out of your life, and then you will find them again in a different form, and you'll feel that energy, and you're like, you remind me of somebody. You remind me of my ex-boyfriend, so-and-so, and maybe that's why you don't want to date them, or maybe that's why you do want to date them. Or, you remind me of my mother. You remind me of my best friend from, grade 2. and you keep running into people until you resolve whatever issue it is you need to resolve with that person. So they can appear in your life as projections or shadows of the person that you're connected to in the other world. So and I know this, like, it's happened to me. So there's people who have very similar energy and very similar sort of personalities, but they're not, they're it's like they're aspects of that one person. That can happen as well. So like, we keep saying things to point to this by saying, like, I feel like I've known you all my life. Well, because you have. And then you'll confuse people's names. So, like, say you have a friend named Emily and you call them Emma. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, you look like an Emma to me. Well, what does an Emma look like? We have these preconceived notions for a reason. And also, when you're born here, a lot of times people will name their child from looking at them and say, well, you told me what your name is. So, like, with my cat, even, I had several ideas of what I wanted to call her, but I didn't know what I was going to call her until I saw her, and I was feeling what her name was, and she was telling me what her name was. I discovered it from her telling me. I didn't name her. She was already named. So we're already named before we come here. Where are we? Ryan Stevenson led me to Donahue's work, so seems like my friend can wake up to a point, but led me to realizing deeper truths about the Bible. So your friend led you to Donahue's work? Yeah. That's cool. But maybe there's ways of learning when being an animal. Yeah, maybe. Ryan Stevenson, yes, I know this feeling. What are your thoughts on dreams? Are they subconscious processing messages from your higher self, another dimension? Yeah, I kind of feel like I talked about that already. I feel like it's your subconscious talking to you, and it's symbolic. It's expressed through symbolism. So it's either your things that you need to be aware of that are being made manifest in a dream form before they become manifest in physical form, or it can be worries, it can be fears, it can be things that are on your mind, and it can also be tapping into truths. I've tapped into truths through dreams, and it's also said, like, the other world is the dream. We're in the dream world, and the other world is the memory world. So it could be, a lot of people think that it could be tapping into other lives. So that's possible. I mean, life is but a dream, right? So that's possible. But yeah, and a lot of it is just things that need to be expressed. So I think it's a combination of things. What do you think? Red pill your neighbors? No. No. I won't even red pill my family. They're starting to see things which they have to see on their own, and I will drop seeds and stuff, but I'm not getting into that. I'm not red pilling anybody. Spotless. I've had dreams that came true on 4 occasions over the years. To me, that shows the past, present, and future run parallel. Yeah. I've had dreams that come true as well. NPC, droid, android, for sure. Adam, can be fun when you have zero attachment, though. Well, I just find it a drain. It's an energy drain. It's not something I want to get into, and it's just an energy drain. I am that I am. Indeed you are. Adam, my first date was with an ex, was like that. We both said we felt like we knew each other before the relationship, but the relationship was toxic and didn't work out, but always wonder what the kind of connection was. Yeah, but I mean, just because you know each other doesn't mean that it is going to be, pure heaven. There's, if you can, first of all, it can be confused with a narcissist, because a narcissist will mirror you and you will believe that you know this person because they're mirroring you. And so you have that instant familiarity. So if the relationship is a narcissistic, abusive one, then that's probably why. So you have to be careful of that. But if it's not, it could just be that you have to learn something from that relationship, and that's a shadow aspect of that person that you remember. So you can, say you're interacting with somebody and it doesn't work out, but it's not necessarily toxic or abusive or anything. It's just you've got issues to deal with, and that person's helping you work out those issues, and you're helping them work out their issues, which is why you're attracted to each other in the first place. So it's not necessarily that it's a bad or toxic relationship. It's just necessary to work out whatever it is you need to work out in order to ascend. So, and in order to move on. So it could be a shadow aspect of the person you remember. So you have that familiarity, but it's not their pure form. It's not them from the other world. It's something that you have to deal with connected to them. So that's why they're here. Board Dome. Hello. I was literally dropping seed kale microgreens when you said dropping seeds. Hey, synchronicity. Adam, that sounds very accurate. She had very narcissistic traits and drained me of my energy, needed to argue and get a reaction out of me 24/7. Could be a bit of both. Sounds like a narcissist. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, if you're engaging with somebody who's a narcissist, there's a reason you need to work something out and you need to resolve something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the reason you felt connected to them is because they were an aspect of the person you're connected to on the other side. It could be, but the reason you feel familiar is because they're mirroring you. If they're a narcissist, it's because they're mirroring you. Ratchy, sorry to go off topic, but what's your thoughts on Mag? I love his videos and delivery, but wish he was able to go deeper and make connections to see this place isn't real, shill, or truth or NPC. Not to get too much into it because he tends to attack people who say anything. But the former, and I like him. I enjoy his stuff. I think he's entertaining, but he only goes so far. And he's on one note. So he serves a purpose, and I find his stuff very entertaining. I enjoy his takes sometimes. I find he's a little bit, let's say, negative in a kind of hostile, kind of calling people stupid and stuff. I mean, I kind of take it as humorous, but that's his style, and that's, his choice. But yeah, he doesn't take it beyond the very superficial. The only reason I like to look at some of his stuff because I like to look at what he's looking at, and I also like to see what he has to say. Sometimes I just find it interesting to listen to somebody who sees through the illusion, and I don't particularly want to go too deep, so I find it beneficial to listen to that. So, Mag Bitter Truth. But yeah, I've listened to, like, on and off, I've listened to his channel for quite some time and quite enjoy it. So, like I said, nothing wrong with listening to a wide variety of channels for whatever reason you listen to them, but know what you're listening to. So, Retardicus, haven't seen you for a while. Good to see you. Howdy do to Yolanda and Clan. Interesting and helpful chat so far. Helpful reminders as always. Just got in. Hope all is well. All is well. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're kind of talking about all sorts of things. We've touched upon synchronicity. Look, I just use it as a jumping off point. Kind of touched upon synchronicities. Didn't get too deep into it really, but there's a lot going on. So we're talking about all sorts of things. We were talking about NPCs, dreams, the fires, and all the things that are going on around here. The narcissists and the mind. So we're kind of all over the place, but that's all right. I will send some dollar, Yolanda. I had internet issues, but all sorted now. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I'm actually launching a monthly payment system membership. So I've been working on that and changing my website so that it can accommodate that, so that I can deliver more content for you and benefits for you, and also create a sustainable method for me to stay afloat, stay going. So it's in the process. The website is ready to go. It's just takes 24 hours to refresh because of Wix. So I find Wix very frustrating, but so tomorrow it should be good to go. And so yeah, my website's been revamped. There's some new stuff coming out. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow and when it's all ready to go. And so there's 3 different levels. And if you want to change the amount, whatever, you can do that. Just multiply the number of packages. Or you can send me a one-off if you like. You can do that too. So I'm trying to make it work for all of us, because it's not sustainable at the moment. And this is going to provide you with more content. I've got a lot coming that is incredibly rich with information, and I want it to benefit the right people, so to speak. So there's some people who just aren't ready for this information, and I don't mean that in a sort of condescending way or anything. It's just it has to be appreciated by the right kind of people, and the right kind of people who can see it and process it and understand what it means, and it will take them to the next level. So that's why I think this is the best approach. And so there's different levels for that reason. And there's a lot of, like the information that I've been working on. Like I've been talking about the fires in Maui, and the Plane Lady and Barbenheimer and Don't Worry Darling and Johnny Depp and all of that stuff, and Westworld, which is way down the pipe. But all of that is connected, and there's some truly new stuff in there that I don't feel comfortable with putting on an open platform. So some of that has to be protected somehow. And either I don't share it at all, or I share it in a sort of more private forum. And I think this is a better way to go about doing that. And the reason I don't feel comfortable sharing it on a public platform is because of, you know, like Jeff Snyder says, some people don't deserve to get this information. And so it's unfortunate, but it needs to be protected. And when you see what I'm talking about, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Hopefully, you should. So thank you. I'm glad you see it that way, because I struggle with the idea of a paywall, but this information is very valuable, and it takes a lot of my time, and you know, I want to provide it to you. And then this way I can also provide it to you with a benefit, and then release some of it to the public when it's ready. So to me, you know, there's multiple levels for people. I know some people are really enthusiastic and want to support me in big ways, and I really appreciate that. And then there's other people who can't, and so they can support me in smaller ways, which is great. But it allows them access, and it allows them to feel that they're still supporting me. And also, as things progress, I'm going to add things, but I don't want to overpromise, because I've already tried that and it's taxed me. I want my focus to be on creating videos. That's what I do. That's the best form of delivering my message, and it's the best way I can communicate. And the various types of videos that I create, some are not able to put on a public platform for the content that's in them, and either because of copyright, or they get like strikes or restricted, or you know, they put my channel at risk, whatever reason, that kind of information I have to put elsewhere. So it's starting to become very complicated. I want to simplify things. I want to make sure it's all in an easy way, to like an easily accessible format and place. So my website allows me to do that. I might as well use it. Otherwise, I'm all over the place with, like, I don't like Patreon. I don't like the other stuff. So if my website allows me to do that, you're already going there. You know where it is, and it keeps things in one place. But it also allows me to continue to release this information to the public when it's ready, when the time comes. And I think we're at a turning point right now with what's happening with the fires, the Plane Lady, Barbenheimer, like all of the stuff that's happening right now is gearing up for a massive awakening, and there's going to be a tsunami. And so this helps as well with protecting not just me, but you and the information as well, because you know what we're talking about already. You're already here. You already know the kind of information I give you, and it's a better way of delivering it with some added protection from what's to come. And it's going to get hairy. You know, like the scene in Poseidon Adventure where they rush the Christmas tree, that's where we're at. We're at that point. And so this is going to help for all of us in guarding that. And, you know, they're welcome, but I don't want them to topple the Christmas tree. You know, we want to be able to climb together. We want to be able to move forward without too many distractions. And you know, the new people are welcome. They just have to make the progress in their own time without tearing us down and without pulling us down. So this is the best way I could come up with. So makes sense. Only Truth's finally something I can subscribe to. I'm definitely in. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. It's a justified decision and a necessary one. Thank you, Adam. I think it's a good idea. You could face unnecessary backlash from people who aren't open to certain information. Wilfie. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about, because this information is, and I'm not just saying this to hype it up. I'm telling you that this information is stuff that is not out there. It's stuff that I have not seen anywhere else. And it is important information in telling you what's going on and helping you to unlock doors of perception for your ascension process. But it's not for everybody. And if it falls into, like, not necessarily falls into the wrong hands, it isn't about them making bad use of it because they won't understand it. It's about having to combat the nonsense that they bring, and the antagonism, and the you know, the cognitive dissonance. And you know, I'm trying to filter out the information for the people who are ready for it, and you know, the people in the middle pillar. Basically, the people in the middle pillar want this information and they deserve this information. They've earned it. And then there's the people who are still in the duality, who need to merge the duality. They can have access to some of that information, but when they're ready, they can progress to the other areas, because those people, they won't handle it. They don't understand it. So they've got to be they got to move past the duality level first. And so if you don't even have to be past the duality, but at least be in the mindset of wanting to pass the duality mindset. If you're in like the fear zone, you're not going to understand it, and you're going to be like triggered, and it's just going to be falling on deaf ears. I have to eat. You're giving so much time and effort, plus you have to put so much work in for free. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's been my concern. My concern is, you know, it's great, but I can't keep constantly reminding you, hey, you know, contribute to keep me going. I get exhausted saying it, and I'm sure you get exhausted hearing it. I didn't want to do this, but I think this is the easiest way and the best way. And it's got to be on a consistent level. So, I'm kind of excited about it now that I've come to this conclusion and I set it all up, and I can see that it's a very simple way of putting it together, a simple way of setting it up. I'm kind of excited about it, and I'm also excited about where it can go. And I'm looking forward to hearing from you too. Now, take into consideration, I've set this up. This is my website. I've built it myself using Wix, and so I have to do all the work myself, so it's slow going. But I'd like to hear from you if you have suggestions on things that you find would be beneficial for you, things that you need, and I'll take it into consideration. I can't guarantee that I'll implement it, but you know, there's certain things that I wouldn't mind putting into place. But some things cost money that I don't have, and some things take a lot of time that I don't have. So I have to balance it with those things. I also have the Discord, which is free. And so you can, you know, go in there and benefit from a lot of connections with a lot of people. And, you know, on my website, there'll be benefits for people who contribute and support, and while still allowing to release information to the public so that I can grow my channel and I can grow, you know, our community of people who want to be on the middle pillar, who want the truth, who want to get to, you know, to exit out, right? So yeah, I'm actually very excited. I'm excited about the community. I'm excited about how it's set up, and I'm excited about the well, my website's completely different, so it looks really great. I'm excited about that. And I'm excited about the content that's coming. And like I said, I have a new project that I'm going to release tomorrow. And I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. But I wasn't really going to talk about all this today, but it came up. So yeah, there's this new project. It's connected to the Plane Lady and Barbenheimer and all of that. and that's going to be coming out on the website first. So monthly subscribers will get access to it first, and then I will release some of it to the public. I think some of it going to be at a higher access level for like middle pillar people, let's say, because there's more, there's so much in it that I want to show you that isn't for the general audience. They're not ready for it. So yeah, that's what I'm really excited about, and the richness of the information that's in it. So I hope you're excited about it. I'm excited about it, and it's looking really good. So where are we? Half day 2, you're giving so much time. Yeah. There will be a huge divide, ones that won't wake up and others that will wake up, and I want to turn away from everything this world has done. Yeah, there will be a divide, and that's coming. So I think this is necessary for that reason as well. Like you say, you can still tickle and eliminate the way through YouTube, but the key to the door should be protected until you're ready to unlock it. Yeah, agreed. It's reaching a critical point now for sure. It is, yeah. Like it's an initiation and the work's the same way. Yeah. I need to let go of some friends who have fairly open minds but keep spiraling out of control. If not careful, they could take me with them in the wrong direction. Yeah. Yeah. Adam, I'm excited too. Good. So yeah, super excited. Oh, good. I'm glad Eternal Being's excited. And I mean, I was really anxious about it because if you've been following me for a long time, you know I don't want to make a business out of this. I don't want it to be about money, but I do need to live. I do need to pay my bills, so to speak. And but truth has to come first. It's always about the truth. So I'm trying to find the best way to balance it out to make me happy and you happy and serve the truth. So I hope you understand that, and that you understand that I'm doing my best to make sure that the truth is not tainted by the need to pay for bills and stuff, but also not tainted by having to deliver content on a certain schedule, because I can't do that. My content is divinely inspired, so to speak. I create this content, or these videos, based on what's happening in the world, and like Decodes and everything, or movies that I've seen, things that come up into my life. It comes organically and it comes and flows naturally. And some of these videos, like I've said before, take 4 months to do. The Johnny Depp stuff's taken over a year. If you think about the time from when I first heard about Johnny Depp, I did do the Dark Shadows material, but the amount of knowledge and insight that I have accumulated over the past year and a half since then is all going into the Johnny Depp material, and it's going to take a while. I thought it would be fairly easy to put together, but I'm realizing there's more that has to come before it. And all of that, it's over a year and a half of knowledge and information that I've accumulated specifically to Johnny Depp, but also all of the other information and experience and knowledge that's come after that is going into that. So that is taking over a year and a half to put together. And also, some of these videos take 4 months to do, some of the more creative ones, and some of them take a day. Some of them I can just knock out in a day. So yeah, I can, like this past week, I've been busy with the website, so I didn't have a chance to put out a video, although I did make one coming out tomorrow. But yeah, like sometimes I can't put out content, and sometimes I can put out like a lot. And there's Vlogmas, where I did that Vlogmas thing where I put one out every day, and that was damn hard. That was really hard. So I'll be doing Vlogmas again this year. I had fun doing it. I enjoyed it. So yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting and very exciting, and the amount of information that I have to present to you. And it also helps me to grow, helps me to deliver more and better quality content. And I'll be able to hopefully grow and develop in the future, not right away, but in the future, be able to produce more content for you. And every time I create something, I get better at it. I learn more, I get more creative, I learn my tools a little bit more. I have access to different kinds of free tools that are beneficial, but then also as I grow, there's things that I have to pay for. So right now it's a very small rudimentary operation. And if there's something that doesn't work, please tell me. Don't just let it go and think that I'll know about it. Like, if something doesn't work, let me know. My email is all over my website. You can contact me through Discord. I'm very reachable. So I need your feedback as well. Like, if it's not working, if something's not working or something's not playing, or there's a page on, you're looking at it, it's all wonky, please let me know. Wix is kind of I'm still trying to figure out how to use Wix, so there's some issues. Let me know. Where am I here? Your breakdowns are incredibly helpful, Retardicus. Thank you. Rachi, do you think there's something significant to come September? I'm sure you come across all the 923 coding symbolism that comes shows and movies. I have no idea. I don't predict things anymore. And as far as September goes, I know 923 is significant, but that I don't think that it's necessarily going to generate anything. Sometimes there's certain events that we expect something big to happen on a certain day and nothing happens. And then other times, like 88 gate, things happen and it turns out to be a big deal. So, 9/11 is a big deal, and that comes and goes, and sometimes nothing happens. And I think partly that's because, we had that one big thing happen, and so they don't want to emphasize it too much. They don't really need to. So I don't really do much on predictions anymore, mostly because they don't come true. And I don't really know of anything. I don't personally see of anything happening in September specifically. Doesn't mean that there won't be. There's stuff happening all the time. And if you remember from one of my past decodes, I think it was to do the smoke gets in your eyes. And in that decode, it says that there's going to be, it's going to be a marathon. Well, we're in the marathon. So there has been a marathon. So they tell us what's coming, and we're in this marathon right now. So there's going to be stuff happening for the rest of the year. And but like I said, I do not make predictions. I will not do it. We'll have to find some moolah. Glad to hear it. Epiphanies and eureka moments. Remember to rest too, true love. Thank you. That's another thing that I haven't been doing enough of, taking breaks, and even just weekends not doing that. I haven't had a vacation because, where's to go? But yeah, like I said, I was a little anxious about it because I didn't want to have to monetize, like put things behind a paywall. But I'm looking at it in a different kind of way, and looking at it in terms of, like, it's a way to benefit you, and also protect the information, but also still be able to provide information to the masses, which is what I was worried about. And but only to a certain level. And if people are ready for the next level, then they can subscribe, and then they can access that information. And so everybody benefits. I was feeling a little bit anxious about it, worried that it wasn't gonna fly, because if it doesn't, then I can't continue. And I was also worried about it because of, you know, just generally worried about it and setting it up and everything. But it's set up, so like I said, it'll be live tomorrow, but you can access it now. Daily TrueLove is awesome. Yeah. Do I still do acting jobs? No, I do not. Thanks for asking, PL. I have not, because in 2020, COVID took my job, and they have not, it has not come back for various reasons, because basically they still have vaccine requirements. They still have protocols, and there's a lot of other issues that are at play with this industry. And so yeah, basically I have not been able to go back, and I'm kind of at the place now where I don't feel that it is right for me to go back, in the sense that this is what I'm meant to do. And for me to go back, it would take up a lot of my energy and my time that it would take away from making videos. Even though I don't put out a video every day, I'm still working every day. And whether it's research or decoding or watching movies and decoding or putting together a video or working on the website, I'm in Discord all the time. I'm reading all your comments. Like, I don't stop. And not in like I do take, take breaks in the sense I go for the park and go for a walk and stuff. But I am working all the time on what I do, and it's in me. It's what I'm supposed to do. So if I'm not able to do this, then I don't know what else I'll do. To me, it just doesn't seem to make sense that I can't do this. And so anyway, to go back to that, it doesn't fit me anymore. And like I said, the protocols are still in place, and the vaccine requirements are still in place. The film industry, I think, next to the healthcare industry and the government, is one of the worst for restrictions and stuff. The most stringent, and they don't care. They don't have any empathy for people who don't abide by these policies. And the way that they approach it is such that they say, well, we can't ask whether you are or not, but they will post and say, you can only apply to this job if you are, So they don't want people who are not. I still can't say that word. But yeah, it is not a very welcoming environment, let's say. And I think lately in June, the United States announced that they were relaxing some of these restrictions, but I have asked my agents to tell me when they were dropped. I haven't heard from them at all. I mean, maybe they've forgotten about me, but yeah, all those people are all up. To be around all those people and would be a very negative environment, and that would also impact my ability to make videos. I wouldn't have the time. I've been working on videos full time now since 2020, and that's all I've been doing. It has amplified my ability to see. It's amplified my ability to produce highly creative videos. And honestly, this is the best thing that I could imagine myself doing. It perfectly aligns with everything that I love doing. But like I said, it has to be sustainable for me, and I'm hoping that it's sustainable for you too, and that it works for everybody. So yeah, I mean, if worst came to worst, I mean, I'd have to go get a job, and I probably wouldn't be able to do this. So, it would be the types of videos that I do, the types of videos I did before 2020 were mostly me talking to the camera. So they're very quick to do. Now my videos are high production. I put a lot of time and effort and thought into them because I don't want just sitting here rambling to you. I want to be able to refine my message, and I put a lot of research into them. And I want you to get the most out of them as well as me. I get the most out of it that way too, to actually put thought into it. I mean, I could just sit here and do a live stream and point out codes and stuff, but it takes thought. I don't just spit out decodes. I do a lot of research, and I sit there and analyze it and refine it and pull out the story. And that takes reflection, that takes thought and introspection. And so, and then I have to craft the story so that I can tell it to you in a comprehensible way. So I wouldn't have time to do that if I went back to doing background, because background is like long days, and I would have to work a lot of days in the week. And so there's also, what's the other thing? There was also some fee or something. Anyway, I forget now what it was, but there's some sort of reason gas prices are astronomical. So a lot of my money would be taken out from gas fees for driving, because I live on the east side of Toronto. Most of the jobs are in Toronto, whereas it used to cost me to commute to work, used to cost me, I think, $12 one way, would now cost me over $20 one way. So $20 to $25 one way. So that's like $40 to $50 in gas every day. It's a huge chunk out of my paycheck. So I'd have to work extra to make up for that. So anyhow, my whole lifestyle is different. Everything's different. And I would really prefer to be able to continue to provide the content that I've been providing, and to be able to get the information out that I'm looking forward to getting out, than have an added delay because I have to go work and I have no energy to do it. So then I have to do it on weekends. Then I don't have any me time. I don't have any free time to relax or anything at all. So that would be difficult. Hi from Chiang Mai, Bella Williams. Hello. Great chat, lots of helpful information. Keep up the good work on the decodes and chats. Thanks, Stephen. Telegram people are saying they're going to a new lockdown. Yeah, I heard about the new COVID strain next month. Hope not. I hope it's true. We talked about this earlier because they're talking about the new strain, and I think that why else would they keep COVID in the consciousness if they're not planning on bringing it back? So I hope they bring it back, but then that's kind of a selfish reason, because I really don't care, but a lot of other people might be affected by it. But I think there needs to be something to wake the people up. Maybe if they see too many correct predictions, they can change their plans. Maybe. It does happen. It's valuable info, Yolanda. Imperative reminders for me. I get sidetracked too easily, so need important and succinct info like yours, TrueLove. Thank you. Board Dome. Yes, I think they have many contingency plans in place and can easily manipulate timelines and stuff. Joel Viner, talking of walking in the park, how come you don't do videos where you're walking in the park talking truth anymore? Remember you did them all the time. I didn't delete them all. They're still there. I hid some of them because I didn't think they were all that important, but they're still there. I don't do them as much because I've changed my format, and I would rather put thought into putting the videos out than just ramble. But I don't have the way that I present my videos, I don't mind the idea of doing it if I have something to say, which most of the time I don't. And it's just a lot of things have changed in my life. And at that stage in my life, it was just easy for me to just record my thoughts and post it. But there's the kind of information that I'm getting, like I said, the kind of information that I'm getting is that I want to share is more I guess esoteric in a sense. It's not for everybody, and I don't particularly want to constantly have a phone around me recording my life all the time. And I during COVID and everything, I used to do it a lot, and even before that, because there was a lot going on and there was something to talk about. But I don't have that sort of thing to talk about anymore, which is why I do the live streams, sort of to talk about whatever's on my mind or whatever I'm going through. I mean, if I had, I've had certain moments where it's just little short blip things, like if I was having a synchronicity, or if I was having street theater or something, I wouldn't mind sharing that. But again, most people don't seem to watch my short videos. I guess they sort of assume that the short videos don't say anything, which is wrong. They actually say a lot, but most people tend to watch the longer form videos, and I would rather refine my message. Another reason why I didn't do it was because for the last 3 years, I've had to deal with an illness, and I was coughing all the time, and my skin was really bad, and I was very self-conscious and didn't want to be on camera. And that's why I didn't do live streams for a long time. And I've only recently been recovering from that, so I didn't want to do it anymore. So yeah, like a lot of that had to do with not being able to get out a coherent sentence without coughing. So when I came back with the live streams, I was able to talk, and you still see me coughing every now and then, but it's not as bad anymore. I think I've got it under control, but I still cough from time to time. I still lose my voice from time to time. And so yeah, I think the main driver was that. And if I have something that I want to say and I happen to be in the park or something, I'll make the video and I'll share it. But I'm not likely to go back to that format anymore. I'd rather spend the time on other videos and putting together a coherent message that's much richer than just sitting in the park talking. But like I said, I'm not going to block myself off. I mean, there's one thing with my channel that's unusual is I talk about a lot of things. I talk a wide range of subjects, and I have different formats, which is appealing to different groups of people. And a lot of times I've noticed that there's certain people who stick to one format or one type of message. There are people who are still in the conspiracy mindset who only watch anything that is connected to mainstream news or conspiracy stuff. They don't watch anything else. And then there are people who love my breakdowns, and they don't watch anything else. There are people who like the TrueLove talks. They don't watch anything else. So I find it very interesting. I don't know why. If I liked a channel, I'd want to watch everything, but I can understand maybe that message doesn't resonate with them, and they're not yet ready to hear it. But it doesn't help with the algorithm, because I have so many different formats, and I have so many different types of videos, and I talk about so many different types of topics. I think a lot of people don't know where to peg me, and that's fine with me, because you're not supposed to. I do decodes, but it's not the only thing I do. And I talk about ascension, and I talk about that all the time, but I specifically have certain videos that are different format for different reason. And then I have these live streams, and a lot of people only watch the live streams. So it's very interesting. I would like to see more crossover, but yeah, where am I? As a side hustle, you could do writing for companies. Yeah. Side hustles are not lucrative. And again, the time that it takes to invest in finding those jobs is a full-time job in itself. And you really need an agent to do that. And you really need, I mean, that's a lot of work to get into that. And again, takes time away from making videos, which is honestly what I want to focus on. It's what I want to do. And if you benefit from my videos, hopefully you'd want me to do that. And if I end up having to go and do something else, then that's going to take my full focus. I can't split my time. I can't, because I don't have the energy and I don't have the time or the resources to do that. So it's either that or this, or it's that and a little bit of this. And the type of videos that I make probably have to fall by the wayside, and I probably have to go back to just, this kind of thing. So either way, this would suffer. So it doesn't matter what I do on the other side. If I had to get a full-time job, which is not easy in this environment, in this climate, in this economy, at my age, with my broken experience, the fact that the last 17 years I was a background performer doesn't really translate well to other jobs. My sister is employed right now. She's having a hard time finding a job that's parallel to what she's doing right now. And I'm hearing that from a lot of people. There was a time recently where I had just left a marketing job, tried to find another marketing job, couldn't get an interview, applied to 100 places and couldn't get an interview. When you get to a certain level of experience and a certain age, people don't want to fucking hear from you. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to interview you. They don't want to pay you. They don't want to pay you for your experience. And so it's if I'm looking for something else, that's going to take up a lot of my time and energy. Not going to leave me a lot for doing this. So something's got to give somewhere, So yeah. Chemtrails are affecting people, and people are getting sick a lot as well. I don't know of any research to support that, but if you've got research, it'd be great. You look good on camera. Don't worry about that. Well, I do now because I've cleared up my skin, but you can tell from my skin here, I have had all of this outbreak, and it's starting to heal now, but it's been really bad. And it's not just how it looks, but it was itchy. So, it was constantly scratching and itching, and it's uncomfortable and unsightly. And so, like in my Two Worlds videos, I had all these scars and scabs on my hands, and I was embarrassed about it. But I'm like, well, that's what it is. I'm going through something, and I can't, tap dance around it all the time. But it's starting to clear up and go away. So I'm able to come back on camera. So I'm not as concerned about it, but I'm still concerned about it. Yeah. And it's been awful. So yeah, like there was a time for, I think 2 years, a little bit over 2 years since 2020, I was dealing with this, and I could hardly get a sentence out. Even when I was recording stuff, I would be coughing through it. And so my editing would take twice as long, and I would have to re-record things because I was hoarse, or I couldn't talk. And, it was really frustrating, but I persevered through it because I had information that needed to get out. And yeah, so like that's why I didn't go on camera for like 2-3 years. I didn't realize you need an agent for that too. Yeah. Yeah. You need to basically work at an agency. I really love your information. I get the best information from you. I'm lucky enough to work from home for my daughter. I am more than happy to share income with you. I already have been. Thank you, Eternal Being. I really appreciate that. Yeah, fair enough. With all the awakening happening, there will come a time where you will make a lot of money, more so in the next few years. Yeah, like I'm not looking to make a huge amount of money. If I do, that's great. I'm just looking to be able to pay my bills, and that's a good place to start. So I'm not looking, I'm not doing this to get rich, and I just need to pay my bills. And at the moment, I'm looking down the barrel of no, I can't. So I can't keep coming back and asking. So I had to build a model where it's just sustainable, and we all feel good about it. So the last thing I want to do is create something that we feel bad about. I don't want to do that. So I wanted to build something that I feel good about, that I feel proud about, and I feel that works for everybody and works for you too. And that you feel that you are supporting something that you believe in. And that's what this is about. It's about supporting something you believe in. It's about supporting something that you feel benefits you and other people, and also benefits me. It's not all about me, it's about all of us. So, and like you say, what's coming is going to be a tsunami of mess. So I think this is the best way to guard against that, and to provide you with a protected environment as well, so that you're not bombarded with all that nonsense, as well as me, as well as, the videos and the content that I put out. Aloha from Maui. Hey, Vicky. How you doing? Yeah, I thought the side hustle would be good, but didn't realize it was a full-on, so just disregard the suggestion, but I learned something new. I appreciate the thought. It's easy to make a suggestion, but, trust me, I've been on this side of it, and looking into it and knowing what it takes to do that. I thought about making videos for other people, but if I'm making videos for other people, I ain't making videos for myself. And the amount of money that they pay for you to make videos for somebody else is not worth it. We're talking about 12 to 25 bucks a video. So it's not worth it. And I would rather be spending my time valuably making quality content that means something than, selling myself out to make junk content because I need to pay my bills. And, it's just, like I say, I'm supporting you. I've been giving you free content for several years now, and hoping that it comes back. And so if you like what you see, and you believe in what you see, and you believe in what I have to say and what I have to show you, then you'd be happy to support that. That'd be great. And then I additionally give you more as a thank you. So it's a sort of reciprocal situation, and that's the best way that I can see it working for everybody. And, I've had a lot of suggestions. I can't add on something new. Otherwise, what I'm doing already suffers. I only have so much time in the day. I only have so many resources. And so I've looked into like creating products. I've looked into writing books. Like all of that stuff is great and everything. And down the road, sure, but it's it takes time away from making videos. It takes time away from getting out the information I want to get out, and it also has a very low rate of return. So constantly having to pitch a book, or constantly having to pitch something that I'm, a course or something. I don't want to make courses. All of that stuff. I didn't get into this to make a business out of it. I'm doing it because I know stuff and I want to share it, and I have to share it. And in order to do that, something's got to give. So yeah, it's not about making a business. It's not about selling stuff. It's not about making a whole bunch of products and stuff. I started a store for fun. I thought it was fun, and it doesn't really support me all that much. I get like $5 to $10 a piece, but it's fun. And I'm not going to sit here and hawk my store all the time. It's a low rate of return, but it's something. And if you find it fun and you want to have a t-shirt, a TrueLove t-shirt, there's t-shirts for you. And I thought it was cute. And I think that it's nice to have that just as a little fun thing. But it isn't about, oh my gosh, you got to go buy my stuff from my store. Do you watch Matt? I think he's my favorite shill, Ratchy. No, I do not. I have a contentious relationship with Matt, and I will not watch him, and I prefer not to talk about him. Joel Viner, with Awakening, do you find it easier to talk with those who are not with us, or is it a total level altogether? I don't quite understand your question. Is it easier to talk to those that are not with us, or is it a total level altogether? Can you elaborate or rephrase? I don't quite understand the question. Yeah, QOC, Matt. I'm glad you acknowledged what he is, but yeah, I don't like him. I don't like him at all. Like as in ascension. It's boring and creepy. I'm not going to talk about him. Do you find it easier to talk with those that are not with us? I don't know. What do you mean by not with us? Like they're not on the ascension path? I don't find it easy to talk to them at all. I find it boring. I can only talk to people with small talk for so long. I mean, honestly, like I'm pretty good at talking with anybody. But do I want to? No. I mean, those have died. Oh. I have talked to those who have died, but I don't spend a lot of time on it. I have talked to relatives who have died. I've talked to Tara, and I have heard ghosts and stuff. But I don't spend a lot of time on it. What I gained from that is an understanding of what it's like on the other side of death, and it's allowed me to, where a lot of people will get stuck in the past because a loved one has died. So, say your husband or wife or child has died, somebody really close to you, and a lot of times you'll notice that they build a shrine, they can't move on, they're stuck in the past. I'm able to move on relatively quickly. Like I was very close with my grandmother when she died. When I went to her house, I heard every single conversation we ever had hit me like a wall. I could see the words in my mind's eye. I could see all of our conversation in words floating in the air, and it was really overwhelming. And I got very upset because she meant a lot to me. But in a way, it made me feel closer to her because I now know I can talk to her anytime I want. And same with Tara. I was able to communicate with her anytime I wanted. But there comes a time where you have to let them go. And so it helps me to move on because I don't see them as completely gone, you know? So, yeah. What's your favorite and recommended sources like Devin? To be honest, I guess Tara had a channel. Her channel name was Alice in Mandela Land, and she used to be Mandela affected, if you want to call it that. But then she realized that it was a psyop, and she was working on a video to show that. So she wasn't affected. She wasn't Mandela affected in the last, I guess, year. So anyhow, but that was the name of her channel, was Alice in Mandela Land. And it's still up. It won't be up for long because YouTube is any channel that is inactive for 2 years, YouTube is going to take them down. So if by chance you have a desire to go to her channel and you want to download her stuff, I recommend you do, because it won't be around for very long. They'll send out a notice, and then 6 months later, if you haven't been to that channel, they will delete it. So we used to do live streams together. So there's a few live streams with me and her on there. But, you know, I mean, she died in 2018, so it's all old stuff. But, you know, we had fun. We had good, fun chats. And, you know, if you want to check out her channel, go ahead. Like I said, it's old stuff. So you're going back in the time machine there. Favorite recommended sources like Devin, I don't have very many. Like I was saying earlier about books and everything, my favorite recommended sources are movies and TV shows and news and stuff. And going within my own channel, I will listen and watch my own stuff, and I'll even learn from my own stuff. And I do like Sat Yoga. I like his channel, but he does put a little bit of fear in things. He does have a slightly skewed perspective on certain things, but for the most part, I agree with most of what he has to say. He's very good with insights, and I prefer when he talks normally rather than his like pauses all the time. But he's very well informed, and he also touches on mainstream issues. So I like to listen to him. There's Devin Maggi, of course. I like his stuff. There isn't really any channel that I would say that I listen to on a regular basis. That there's certain channels I recommend for certain reasons. Bill Donahue, obviously, but there's certain channels I listen to for certain things, and I've recommended them before. I have a video that I put out some time ago, I think maybe 2020, showing all the channels that I recommend. Some of those may have changed. Santos, I recommend for his syncretism pre-2018, 2019. Anything after that, kind of iffy. But all the older stuff is fantastic. I mean, you can find this stuff from other people. If you don't like Santos and he rubs you the wrong way, you can find this stuff from other people. I can understand he goes off on some kind of rants and tangents and stuff that are offensive to people. But in the pre-2018 years, his stuff was fantastic. And Bill Donahue, I love listening to his stuff. And like I said, there isn't very many. But there's little pockets. There's pockets of people who have a piece that's very valuable, which I've already recommended. I thought the exclusive video that Tiffany Gomez posted after the incident looked like artificial intelligence thoughts and Adam Gross. Possibly. There's, this Tiffany Gomez thing is just fucking mess with my brain because there's so much to it. There's way more than meets the eye. There's so much going on with it. And it is a mind bender for sure. I do think that there's a lot of, like a friend of mine said, muddying the waters, but I think there's a lot of confusion on purpose to blend what's real and what's not. So it's possible that it's AI. It's possible that it's just a filter. She's clearly, she looks different. It looks like, at the very least, if it is her, it does look like her, but there are like slight things that are different. Her lips are bigger, that could be filler. Her face could be makeup and Botox. And the way she talks and presents herself is very composed, as opposed to she's all over the place and freaking out in the other videos. You can tell, like, people who have Botox. I don't have Botox. I've never had it. But some people who have very pronounced lines and they get filler here, it ends up becoming more pronounced when you don't have it. So that's possibly what happened, is that she hadn't had any procedures for a while, so her face was starting to show it. And then when she comes back home, she gets all the fillers back, and so she looks the way she looks on this other video. There's a lot of things. There's lighting, there's makeup. Like, some people can put on a lot of makeup. I don't have a lot of makeup on. I have very little. But some people put on a lot of makeup. They cake it on and they have the contouring stuff going on and they look very different. I like to look as natural as possible. There's a couple times where I have, makeup backfires. But lately, I don't wear makeup throughout the day. I might put like a little bit of cover up somewhere, but like I said, because I had those skin issues. But I wear like cover up, blush, powder, and some eyeshadow, and a little bit of eyebrow stuff, and some lip color. Very little. That's it. Sometimes I'll use foundation, but I don't, and mascara. But I don't like cake on this, the foundation, the base, the contour, the blush, the highlighter. Oh my God, like that is just next level stuff that I don't do. But when you do it, you can look like a completely different person. So it looks to me like she's caked on the makeup. Her eyebrows are all drawn in and everything. It does look very professional. So either she has professional skills or she's had it done. And so anyway, it's possible that it's her. It does look like her to some extent, but definitely different. And I think it's deliberate. So, like I said, there's so much going on with her. And there's just so much. What do I think to Emily Moyer? I don't know. I don't know her. Do I know her? I don't know her. Can you elaborate? Who's Emily Moyer? Ryan Stevenson, why do you not want to talk about Matt? I'm genuinely curious because I don't like him. There's a lot of reasons, but I don't want to talk about it. So, I think he's lying to people. And when I exposed him, I think he did it deliberately to make me expose him. And there's a lot of other stuff going on behind the scenes that you're not privy to, that I can't even share, that is some next level shit that I don't want to talk about. So yeah, I don't like him. There's very few people that I don't like. Very few. He's one of them. And then the other one is Archaics. I don't like him either. You're pretty much my only source other than those I have to cherry pick from. Well, thank you, Adam. Yeah, like I said, I don't have a lot of other sources, and I've been through a lot of different sources that I liked. I don't really I don't attach myself to them. I think Santos was one of the ones who I really, really liked. I really respected his work. I really appreciated the thought and the quality of work that he presented. Again, pre-2018, I really respected his work, and I learned a great deal from him. But if something changes with that perception, I'm willing to let them go. And I let him go. I still respect him for that work. I still recommend him for that work. I still think he is by far the best syncretist out there in that section. Whatever's going on with this situation right now, I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I had a tremendous amount of respect for Santos for that work. Bill Donahue, tremendous amount of respect for his work. And I also have a lot of respect for Devin Maggi and his work, and Sat Yoga as well. And whatever, personality wise, I don't care about people's personalities. It's the information I care about. I do care if you're hating on people unnecessarily, and I do care if you're not practicing what you preach. I care about that because that's integrity. If you don't have integrity, then what are you doing? So, yeah, like things can change. Your perspective can change. Your perceptions can change. Your life situations can change. You can have a different way of seeing things for sure. But are you operating in integrity? Like that's a major issue for me. And so yeah. The 2 live streams are amazing. I wish there had been more. Yeah, I'm not sure why YouTube is deleting channels. Yeah, they're deleting them because I guess there's just too many and they're inactive. So, yeah, you like the live streams with me and Tara. That's what you're talking about, Joel. So, yeah, we had a lot of fun, and we had a lot of revelations in our live chats. Do I still watch Victoria Cotton? Not really. I still like her. I think there's a block. She's on a pillar, which is fine. And I think she's kind of admitted that to me. But she's serving a role, and she's doing her job, and I think she means well. I just don't resonate with it anymore. I think she's very beneficial for a lot of people. I think she's very good for a lot of people. Excuse me. But I don't really listen to her anymore. Occasionally I'll check in and see if there's something there, but I don't resonate with it anymore because she's on a pillar. And I know too, like a lot of people like LaVette. I don't listen to LaVette. I don't resonate with her stuff. She's put out some really good work some time ago that I really liked. But yeah, she's in the quantum of conscience camp. Retardicus. I can recommend Inner Guardian's channel on YouTube is very wise. I don't know of him. He's an MMA fighter. He has next level knowledge regarding personal development and personal ascension. Personal and close protection too. I'm not familiar with his work. I can't say either way. I don't know anything about him. Adam, Tiffany came out the same factory as Joe Biden. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Joel Viner, since the woman on the plane stuff came out, there's been so much distraction still waiting on an alien invasion. She is the alien invasion. She and the fires. So, which I will get to in a future video. Spotless. Some girls definitely put makeup on the wall and run at it. Yeah. Well, makeup is supposed to highlight natural features and look like someone else. Really don't get why women do it like that. It's odd. Yeah, she's on YouTube and talks about syncs and awakening, the way this realm works. Okay, well, I'm not familiar with her stuff. But perhaps you can send me a link to her stuff. Joel, what do you think of David Icke? He's a shill. He's there to gatekeep people, but he's also there to wake people up. So, he's doing his job. But he's, one of the main conspiracy theory people. So, gotta hand it to him. He puts out a lot of content and his books are massive, but there's really no need for them to be that massive. And his solution for getting out is to raise your frequency, which is not the case. That's a pillar solution, which is a new age pillar solution, which is fine, but it keeps you in the loop. And if that's what you want, that's fine. I didn't catch the name of the gentleman you suggested, the one you like when he speaks without the pauses. Oh, Sat Yoga. SATYOGA. There's a sense of fear with VC. Yeah, that's what I mean. She's on a pillar, so she's still in the fear camp. I can't really listen to fear-based content for too long. It just nuggets. Yeah. So the difficulty is if you're in the fear camp, your perspective is skewed. You're seeing things in a distortion. So whether you're on a solar or lunar pillar, I believe she's on the lunar pillar, you're going to see things through that prism, right? So, the mind prism, the triangle that we see things through, which is the prism or the prison that our mind is trapped in. If you're on the solar pillar or lunar pillar, that's the prison that you see things through. So your perspective will be warped according to that perspective, that pillar. And so you'll see things in a distorted way. So if you want to be on that pillar, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's your choice. It's your journey. Maybe that's where you want to be. Maybe that's where you have to be. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm in the middle pillar. I want to be on the middle pillar. I'm not coming back. I'm exiting out, going through the green exit. See ya. So, I don't resonate with it because I'm not on that pillar. And there's certain things that she'll say that's true. There's certain things she'll say that I can see there's a slight distortion, which is fine. And, she's doing her job. I can't fault her for that. She's doing her job. Interversity, he's a shill. Secret Energy, James 7 Bomar. Yeah, Bomar, he's a shill. He does have some good information, but be careful. Like I said, on a pillar. Did you happen to catch the line in the Barbie film where Ken said, "What's the greatest bird?" The first one, he said heron. I thought I brought herons up a few weeks ago because the connection to mysticism. I do remember him saying that. I forgot about that. That's interesting. Yeah, there's a bit of a synchronicity there for you, isn't it? So, heron. That's interesting. Tiffany and Joe, they look similar, but not. That's funny, Adam. I get your point now. So, because there's questions about their visual authenticity. Yeah, okay, I get it. Oprah, the demoness, has property. Yeah, David Icke was told to never talk about the Mandela effect, according to someone that worked backstage with him. Wow. Look, he's a shill. He's a gatekeeper. So the narrative that, these people, David Icke has called the Queen of England a reptile, yet he's still allowed to come back into the country and talk publicly. Do you really think that that would happen if he was legit? No. And then he later claimed, after years, he's been doing this since the 90s. So after decades of talking about this stuff, he now claims during the 2020 issue that he's been banned, that he can't go back. But he did go back. He was in England. He was talking in London publicly on a public platform. And he said that he was being banned. He couldn't go back into the UK. So, it's all bullshit. He's controlled opposition. He's there to tell you certain things, point you in the right direction, to say, hey, something's off about this place. Hello. And then he's there to give you a whole bunch of nonsense. So then, for the whole narrative of not allowed to talk about this, and these people are being censored, and these people know too much, so they've been bumped off, all that's bullshit. It's all bullshit to get you to think that because these people are being censored or bumped off or not, told not to talk about certain things, well, that must be the truth. No, don't fall for that nonsense. Bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all part of the deception. And all of these people play that game. So it's all about discernment. It's all about paying attention to the clues and how they talk. Pay attention to how they talk. Pay attention to what they say. Pay attention to the mind games. And, who are they talking to? Look at him talking to London Real all the time. Normal people who are telling the truth do not have access to these channels, these avenues. It's not easy to get access to mainstream media. Anybody, any so-called truther who's on mainstream media is a shill. And I'm talking about not just like mainstream media for other reasons. If you're talking truth on mainstream media, you are a shill. Normal people don't have access to that. It's very difficult to get on the media. It's very difficult to get on television. It's very difficult to get an interview. It's very difficult to get newspaper coverage, all of that stuff. So, and I know this because I've worked in media, I've worked in film and television, I've worked in advertising, I've tried to get press releases. It's very difficult. And you either have to know somebody, or you have to be in the club, or you have to have some really fantastic announcement for them to want to care. So it's not impossible. It's just difficult. Yeah. Ixie's getting annoyed. It is drag queen culture. Eternal being for sure. The bicameral mind, split duality. Yeah, I've heard about that too. Seven Bomar was selling a personal activation device for like $900 or something. Shill. Yes, I've wondered that for a while. Interesting you pointed that out. Yeah. A lot of these gurus are businessmen, snake oil. Exactly. Apparently, all Icke's books are largely stolen from vastly superior Alan Watt. Alan Watt's also a gatekeeper. Listen to him talk. He's an actor. He's well-conditioned actor, and he also says a lot of hot air. But Alan Watt is a very cultivated, cult-like following. You cannot question Alan Watt. You cannot question what he says. You cannot cast doubt. The following for him is very cult-like, and they will attack you. Ixie, stop. Hey. So yeah, Does he has little gems like all of them do. He has little gems, but gatekeeper. David Icke encourages protests and then gets escorted and protected in and out of them. So for someone who talks about lizard people, he looks most like a lizard than anyone I've ever seen. Yeah. Ike's a Mason, plain to see. Yeah. Masons aren't what shills make them out to be. No, they're not. Yeah, I saw him as a Mason standing on a white square in the checkered floor, truth with gatekeeping. There's very little truth in his information, but yeah, most of it is conspiracy theory stuff. Brian Rose is a grifter shill too. Yeah, he's London Real. Adam, but they do have very big networks of friends. They all know each other. And I'm not talking about just the high level shills. I'm talking about the low level shills. They all know each other. This is why you will see them talking to each other on YouTube. So you got, sorry, I get annoyed with this stuff, but shills of a feather flock together. You will see them talking to each other on YouTube because they all know each other. So if you, like Max Egan, who is Max Egan talking to? They are likely a shill. Don't put them all in there automatically because it is possible one person could be legit and accidentally get into that camp and start talking to them. But 99.9% of the time, people he's talking to are shills as well. So, but you can't just use that as an indicator. Just like with narcissists, you need more than one thing to say that that person's a narcissist. You need more than one thing to just say that that person's a shill. So, and like I say, if you get something from them, great. They all have something to offer. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. They're gatekeepers for a reason. They're there to deliver a little bit of truth and then deter you and guide you in another way. And so they're a filtering process. So for you to hone your discernment, and if you're still listening to them, there's a reason. If you're still listening to them in ignorance of not knowing who they are, that is. If you're listening to them and you know they're a shill, there's also a reason for that. But why are you listening to them? What are you getting from them? Are you aware that they are a shill? Are you aware that they're a gatekeeper? Most of the time, most people are not aware. And if you're making excuses for them, that's another reason you got to look at, because, you got to be willing to let them go. If somebody presents, don't just take somebody's word for it either. I'll point out, if I say someone's a shill, I'll point it out. I'll say, this person's a shill. I have information you can go look at to find points to look at everybody and say, this is why this person's a shill, right? And some of those things might have changed a little bit, but they're good, guiding rules, I guess, guide stones to lead you in the right direction. So if you have someone point it out, at least question it, at least say, okay, but I'm not going to totally discount somebody. If I'm listening to someone, if somebody said to me, Bill Donahue's a shill, first of all, I wouldn't believe it. But let's just say someone pointed it out and they said they were adamant about it, and I really respected their position, their opinion. I would say, okay, why? And if they can't tell me for whatever reason, I would at least keep it in the back of my mind and, think, okay, is it possible? But I would look for more evidence. I'm not going to just discount someone just because. You got to have evidence. You got to have things to back it up. And, some people just go on gut feeling. Well, gut feeling is only reliable to a point. I go on gut feeling, but I back it up with evidence. And I'm not going to just say that person's a shill for the sake of it. And, I've been privy to quite a few people in this community and their business. And you see the patterns. Look for the patterns. They're very cookie cutter. Look for the patterns. Masons are like Ringo Starr. They're just bloody happy to be called a Beatle. Not a fan of Alan Watt. I'm not a fan either. I find he just drones on and says a lot of nothing. A lot of circular reasoning for sure. Yeah. I enjoy Rammed Ass from time to time. Really? Rammed Ass. He's a shill too. But, like I say, they can say good things, but his name is Rammed Ass. I think the best shill detection is our intuition, for sure. Use your intuition first, and then, back up with evidence. Because sometimes you can hear the truth and it triggers you, and that's your cognitive dissonance is a protector. So if you're not ready to hear some information, certain truths, your cognitive dissonance will kick in. You'll get triggered, and you may not want to listen to it. You may not be ready for it. You may whoa, that person's a shill. It may just be that you're not ready for the information. That's why I look for other markers. And always just keep that in the back of your head of, is it because they're a shill or is it because I'm triggered? And, if you're triggered, usually it's because you're triggered, but because you have an aversion to whatever it is you're hearing. But sometimes you're triggered because they're a shill. So, yeah. You do get a sense that something is off with them for sure. Absolutely. Muji is a YouTube spiritual shill. Absolutely. He was abusing women off camera. Heard about that too. There's a whole website sections dedicated about people's account of this satsang. I've heard that too. And even Muji has some good information. Despite all of that, this is why he's a shill, because he puts out all this good information, and then there's all this, horrible stuff put out about him. Maybe it's not even true, to put people off his information. But not just his information, but information like that. And this is what, because, he's a new age guru. So this, all new age gurus are, evil pedophiles, or they're, doing nasty things with people. That's not true. You can't take what he's doing and apply it to everybody else. So it's a factor for sure. And this sort of thing is another pattern. There's a lot of patterns. If there's this kind of criminal activity that tends to follow these people, that's a red flag. Is it a deciding factor? No, but it is a major red flag, and it is a common feature among shills. There's some kind of illicit activity, illegal activity, criminal behavior, past criminal behavior, jail time. All of that fits in that neat little package that gets attached to these people, because that's part of the shill package. You got to be put off by their message, because if you're a mainstreamer, you're going to come on, listen to a couple of things, and you find out all of this horrible stuff they do, and you won't want to listen to anymore. But you won't even, it's not even their message you won't want to listen to anymore. It's anybody like that you won't want to listen to anymore. Oh, they're all like that, which is dangerous. You can't say that. Muji winds me up. Gandhi slapped his wife around and was a shill, but said some good stuff in its discernment. Yeah, exactly. Said some good stuff. And then they attach this nasty stuff to put you off. I used to really like Muji for some months to a year, but just lost interest and realized it's really quite hypnotic. Yeah, well, that's another thing you gotta be mindful of. A lot of these people are very good speakers, like Alan Watt. He's hypnotic. They use spells, the way they talk, the things they say, the sort of circular reasoning, the lack of content. They'll say a lot, but not anything of any substance. They'll start here and start talking about a subject, and you think the whole video is going to be about that subject, and then they end up talking about all of this other stuff, and you lose track of what you actually started to watch the video about, and then they don't even come back to the original subject. They sort of end up over here. You got to look out for this stuff, because if you can't get a coherent message out of watching something that they've presented, what are they actually saying? They're not saying anything. They just want to suck your energy and attention. They want to suck your time. Maybe they're making money off of it, but that's not the issue. They're not there to make money. They're there to suck your energy and attention. They're there to divert. They're there to distort. They're there to hone your discernment. So that, again, the duality is there. There's the good side and the bad side. They're not all good. They're not all bad. They hone your discernment. They lead you into certain directions to pick up little pieces, but you got to be able to discern what's true and what's not. Shilly wabbits. Adam, being about to take the meat and leave the bones with attachment and see them for what they are. They're telling you who they are and what you are. Yeah. His pattern of speech is like a hypnotist, if you notice. Yep. So like a lot of these people will hypnotize you. They will the way they talk. Like I said, Alan Watt and the other guy, what's his name? Both of them CIA operatives, well-known, famous people who trained actors, have a very compelling way of speaking. You like to listen to them, and it's very hypnotic. And if you get hypnotized and you don't even know that you're being hypnotized, you will take in their message because it becomes subliminal. It becomes that it's addressing your subconscious. So there's nothing wrong with that strategy if it is good information and true information. But if you're listening to something that's not true information, it's going into your subconscious, you're going to think that it's true. You're going to think that it's true because it's going to be in your subconscious, and then other stuff that's like it will resonate with that message that's in your subconscious that you planted there unknowingly. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's truth that can be put in your subconscious that you can recall later that's beneficial. But when you're taking in negative, false information, it can still ring true because it's in your subconscious, but it actually isn't. So that's where it becomes dangerous. That's the spell casting. Boredom, yes, like the Maui Fire Amazon book authored by Miles Stoned. Oh yeah, the biggest ego is found in the enlightened Buddhist shepherds. Well, here's the other thing, like, I'm starting to see, like, there's a lot of benefit in like the Buddhism and all of that stuff, but it's very lunar pillar, very extreme side. There's a lot of truth in it. There's a lot of really good information to extract from it. But it can be, if it's extreme, then you're on the other side, the materialist and the spiritualist, right? So if you're on the spiritualist side where you're taking it to the extreme, like you're a monk or something, that's not good either, right? So you're rejecting the physical. So this is physical and this is rejecting the physical. So you want to be in the middle. You want to appreciate the physical and understand its purpose and let it help you in your ascension process. This world is a psychotic break fun house from the toilet of Clive Barker and friends. It's very poetic, Bubscat. I like it. The church is Jesus is a shill as opposed to the true Christ. Well, it's very controversial, but people talk about the Antichrist. To me, from my perspective, the Antichrist is the literal historical Jesus, because he takes you away from finding the Jesus within. He takes you away from finding the God within. So that's the Antichrist, and nobody wants to hear that. That's blasphemy. Andrew Tate does it today. Yeah, he's a nice distraction, isn't he? Bubscat, fun circular through experiment. Imagine heaven, realize you'd still find it. Potential cyclical experience, sure to unravel the mind. Sounds awful. Thanks, existence. What? A circular, I think you mean thought experiment. Imagine heaven, realize you still find potential cyclical experience, sure to unravel the mind. Yeah. Terrence McKenna is the other guy. Thank you, Eternal Being. That's the other guy. Yeah, we get it. Terrence, you took some shrooms one time. Bub's cat, we can't get out of here when we come here. We're in for good. No, we can get out of here. You can get out of here. But it's all in the mind. You have to get out of here, joining heart with mind. I mean, you can never leave in the sense, like, if you're going back and forth through the cyclical cycle, the 8 loop, the infinity recycle reincarnation loop. You just go from, you can either reincarnate here, or you can reincarnate in the other world. You can go back and forth. But if you want to get out, you have to realize that it's all an illusion and pop out the middle. Like Maui shaped the head and the heart. Yeah, Maui. The fires in Maui, one was in the heart, one was in the head. It's telling you right there. So, well, final words, final thoughts. I've been going for 4 hours. I can't believe it. This has been a really good chat. You guys had a lot to say. Totally agree with your JC theory. One hell of a distraction to keep you feeling guilty and overthinking constantly. Yeah. For sure. Like the way that the church talks about Jesus, the way that the church presents Jesus, Jesus is the Antichrist. The real Jesus is you, is within you. The Word made flesh. I hope we can leave here and not come back and break any reincarnation loop. Well, we can. So, yeah. I mean, in fact, that's one of the messages I've been getting, right? Like, over and over again. And that's one of the things that I want to talk about, but it's only for certain people. So if you're one of those people, then you'll get access to that information. But, yeah. If there's nothing wrong with this place, that's the problem that a lot of people get the sense of. There's nothing wrong with this place. It's exactly the way it should be. And the only thing wrong with it is the perception. And when you change your perception, you change the way things manifest in your experience. So in seeing things, that's the whole point of what we're going through. You have to change your perception. You have to change your consciousness, because the way that we perceive things right now is physical. And that's why we've manifested what we've manifested, is why this world is the way that it is. And it's scripted. It's all part of the story. But in your awakening and realizing what it really is, then you raise your consciousness and you stop creating this mess. So you elevate your consciousness and you perceive things completely differently. So you start to manifest things that are completely different in your experience. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, like some of the stuff that's reflected back to me is a message for me personally, but it's also a message for all of us. So you start to see that. You start to see how the world is reflected back to you, not just in your personal experience, but on the great world stage. It's how we see it and bend it to our will. Yeah, in a sense, yeah. I've been listening to a lot of like law of attraction. It's not even law of attraction anymore. Like law of assumption, law of attraction, whatever you want to call it, really doesn't matter to me. It's all the same thing. But I've been listening to a lot of that, which is essentially about stepping into your power. If you remember my Nines movie breakdown, at the end of the Nines, he went into God mode. That's essentially what that is stepping into God mode. And so I'm working on that. I'm seeing phases of it. I have moments where I feel like I'm in God mode. I mean, like today, talking to you, I feel like I'm in God mode, but then there's other times where I'm like, no, I'm definitely not in it. I'm definitely having a moment, and things are not going well. But I at least I have the tools to move me through it. And so like that's helpful. But yeah, I'm seeing glimpses of it, and from time to time I'm more so in that zone than I was before, and it's just a matter of staying there and not popping out. A lot of times I'm popping out and I'm having a moment and I'm like, okay, this is definitely not God's zone. Boycott Mountain Dew. They predicted the Maui fires with Maui burst, Hurricane Hillary with Baja Blast. They have another flavor called Spark, FU PepsiCo. Well, that's just because it's part of the consciousness. It's part of the story. So, yeah, you can see it that way. You can see it in the sense of like, oh, they're part of it. They're predicting it. They're in on it. The way I perceive it, and the way that is sort of an elevated way to perceive it, is that it's part of the story and it's manifesting as a result of the consciousness change. So it's a reflection back to you to show you where we're at. They may not have any idea. It's just a synchronicity in the sense. So yeah, on the one hand, you can see it as, oh my gosh, they're in on it, boycott them. But that's still in the duality, that's still pushing against it, that's still pointing the fingers. That's fine. If you want to stay there, it's totally fine. If you want to get out of it, you got to see it as a play. You got to see it as a manifestation of consciousness, and it's just showing back to you where you're at. And I find it very helpful in knowing that that's where we're at, and that it's showing indicators. So yeah, Law's Wall, 1111. Yeah, 1111 is like the mirror revealing itself to you. It's the other world showing itself. It's a merging of the two worlds. God mode can soon turn to dog mode. Well, this is like, under the Silver Lake, he was a dog. He was about, beware the dog killer. And so the dog killer, I just had an epiphany. The dog killer was referring to the women, and yet, it was also alluding to him and Andrew Garfield. Andrew Garfield is the one who is leading the viewer to ascension. And so the dog killer is if you're a dog, you're being led on a leash. You have an owner who leads you on a leash. That's God has you on a string. You're still Pinocchio. When you're God, you rule your own life, and you are the author of your story. You have your authenticity. So you're no longer, you cut the strings. You're no longer being led. So the dog killer is about ascension. It's about getting to the God side, not the dog side. So if you're in the lower consciousness, that's dog. Upper consciousness, that's God. I absolutely resonate with everything you do, Yolanda. Thank you so much. Adam Gross. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say. We created everything, including Mountain Dew and Hawaii. Yeah. I mean, how else do you explain the fact that Maui looks like a head and a torso? Duality with cheese. Is it Tarantino, Bubscat? So yeah, yeah, we did. We created everything. It's a message to you. So you have to get to that perception level. And, you know, if you're listening to my videos and watching my videos, whether you're actually in that perception level or not, you are aware of it. So that's helpful. So, you know, you may not want to go into that level of perception. So, I mean, yeah, like understanding that everything, the way that it is the way it's supposed to be, is sometimes very difficult. Like I was saying earlier, you know, you want to, we have a tendency to ignore the present, and the whole point is to get back to being present. And if you have a tendency to ignore the present and want to trade it for the future, for something that hasn't happened yet, which is, again, what I don't like about law of assumption and law of attraction, is because you're constantly focused on what you don't have. You're constantly focused on, well, I don't like what's going on right now, so I want to change it. So here's where I'm going to go. Whereas appreciating where you're at, understanding where you're at, being present where you're at, knowing that everything is okay, knowing that you're taken care of, knowing that you are divine and you are capable of attracting whatever it is you need when you need it, is where that's the goal of where you want to be. But you have to, you know, free yourself from all the other crap that prevents you from being there. And this idea of where I'm at is not good enough, I have to step into some other future, and constantly focusing on something else. Yes, you still have to go through that process, ironically, because you're retraining your brain. It's the retraining your brain that you should be focused on, not the manifesting of the shit. It's the I've been thinking these thoughts, and that's why this shit is manifesting in my life, and I don't like it, so I need to reprogram my brain so that I have a different experience. It's not about the stuff you want to get. So yeah, it's about being mindful. It's about changing your consciousness. It's about changing your thoughts and focusing on that. And that gets you into God mode, and appreciating where you are at in the process, because you can't get there from here if you're not appreciating here. You know, you appreciate here, God gives you more. And again, there's that dichotomy. It's that paradox of wanting to be somewhere else when you can't be somewhere else until you appreciate where you are. So yeah, it's this place is very funny. The whoever it is that created it has a very good sense of humor. I know I go on about Dante's comedy really does express how it's all necessary journey. Yeah, I tried to find an audio of that, and I couldn't find anything, not anything decent, at least. Say Alan Watt again. Alan what? Gratitude helps your attitude, for sure. It was an attempt at crowbarring Tarantino. Exactly, Yolanda. Okay, thank you. Life is a box of chocolates. It's like chocolate in color and shape only. Enlighten of true love. You created it, and you're hilarious. Thank you. Ah, goodness. I could talk to you guys forever. I mean, it's just my throat will only allow me to talk for so long. But so yeah, any final thoughts, final words? Is this the end of our convo? It's been a very good conversation. I'm getting a little overheated because I had to turn the air conditioning off. I appreciate all of your comments today have been really good comments. Really good. And I know we're all over the place, which is great. I love it. For anybody who was listening to this, hoping to get more on synchronicity, I'm going to change the title, but there's some in here. It's all synchronicity. There's some in here, but I just want something for a conversation starter, so that people have something to go off of, something to start with, because I find that that's more beneficial than just, hey guys, we're just going to chat. So, seeing as you've created this space, can you manifest me a vacation? I'd like to manifest me a vacation, but you can manifest yourself a vacation. I could do this every damn day. I know. Yes, it's getting hot in here. I'm going to take my clothes off. Okay. All right. This is turning into a different direction than I want it to go. But yeah. So yeah. Listen, thank you very much. I really enjoyed this conversation. I think this is probably one of the better conversations we've had. I mean, there's been a lot of really good ones. If you like my content, if you like my channel, if you get value from my channel, go to my website, sign up to one of the memberships, and then I'm able to focus entirely on providing quality content for you, and I can focus on building a stronger community with you together. And again, if there's something, go in the Discord. If there's something you want to see, there's an idea box. Let me know what you want to see. If there's something that doesn't work, let me know that too. You can send me a private message if you want, but please don't bombard me with stuff. The main chat is for everybody to see. But just if you have, I am open to receiving messages if you have something you want to say. And but just please be respectful of my time and yours. So yeah, I look forward to building a healthy, happy community and sharing a lot more information and being able to focus on building that community and putting out all this content that I have backing up. I've got so much coming, and it's all backing up because there's more all the time, but it'll come in divine order. Excellent stream. Be safe. I'll sign up. Is it live? It is live now. You can go there. You can sign up. But remember, I just set this up. If there's a problem, let me know and I'll fix it. This is kind of like the first run. So yeah, you can sign up now. And if, like I said, if there's something that's not working, it will be fully live tomorrow, because some of the adjustments, some of the changes I've made haven't updated yet. They get updated tomorrow. So there might be some things that are off, but you can go there now. But I will go live tomorrow, I think, and talk about this specifically. So I'll see you tomorrow as well. And I can talk about this specifically, and I can show you, and I'm going to release a trailer. It is on my website, this trailer. So if you go to my website, you can get a sneak peek of this trailer. And I will release it in the video tomorrow. And this is a sneak peek of the trailer of what is to come. So all of this information is really exciting to me. So hopefully it's exciting to you. And yeah, I like to move forward and build this community, so that we can grow together and learn together and keep moving forward. So listening to this live stream has been a wonderful and valuable way to spend a Sunday. Board Dome, thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. Arthur A., you're late, but thanks for commenting. I don't know, maybe you were here the whole time and you just never said anything. But thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So thank you, everybody. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you next week, but I'll see you tomorrow too. I will be broadcasting live for a bit tomorrow. Okay, bye, everybody.